First coin on our list is one that surprises almost everyone, the 1983 Kennedy half dollar. At first glance, it looks like a fairly ordinary coin, one you might even remember spending in the 1980s without giving it a second thought. But the truth is, hidden within this date is a rarity that has taken the coin collecting world by storm. And if you have one tucked away, especially in extra fine condition or better, you could be holding a small fortune without even realizing it. The 1983 Kennedy half dollar was never released into special collector sets that year. That's right, the US Mint did not produce traditional mint sets in 1982 or 1983, making high-quality examples of these coins much scarcer than most other dates in the series. Instead, the only way to get one was directly from circulation. And let's be honest, once coins hit circulation, finding one that survives in clean, sharp detail is like finding a needle in a haystack. That lack of collector quality supply is what makes the 1983 issue such a standout today. Now, let's talk about the design details. On the obverse, you have the familiar profile of President John F. Kennedy struck in bold detail, designed to honor his legacy shortly after his assassination. By 1983, the mint was still striking these half dollars in copper nickel clad, not the silver composition of the early 1960s. On the reverse, we see the presidential coat of arms, a heraldic eagle with shield, holding arrows and an olive branch, surrounded by a ring of stars. But what makes this coin so valuable isn't just the design, it's the rarity of its condition. An extra fine grade means the coin shows light wear but retains sharp details in Kennedy's hair, the lettering, and the eagle on the reverse. Most 1983 half dollars today are heavily circulated, worn down, or even damaged from years of use. But if yours is in extra fine condition, collectors will line up for it. And here's where the shock value hits. Depending on the grade, values for the 1983 Kennedy half dollar can absolutely skyrocket. A typical worn example might only fetch a few dollars, but once you cross into extra fine and above, the numbers climb fast. For instance, an uncirculated 1983 half dollar has sold at auction for over $7,000. But when you factor in rare errors, like off-center strikes, double dies, or coins with missing clad layers, the values can shoot into the six figures. There are reports of certain pristine or error examples being valued at over $450,000. That's right, nearly $500,000 for a coin most people overlook as pocket change. Imagine finding one of those tucked away in a jar of old coins from the ATS. That's the kind of discovery that changes everything. So, how do you identify if your 1983 half dollar is the jackpot? Start by checking the overall condition. Look at Kennedy's hair detail in extra fine or better. You'll still see the lines clearly, even if lightly worn. Inspect the reverse eagle's feathers, and make sure the lettering around the rim is sharp. Next, always keep an eye out for mint errors, because that's where the real fortune lies. Even small doubling in the date or lettering can push values up dramatically. Collectors know the 1983 Kennedy half dollar as one of those rare modern issues that slipped through the cracks, where scarcity, condition, and history all combine to make a coin worth far more than its face value. And remember, this is only the first coin on our list, and already, we're talking about shocking prices that can climb well into six figures. Next up, we have the 1980 Kennedy half dollar, and don't be fooled, this coin might look common, but in the right condition and with the right traits, it has shocked collectors with unbelievable values. At first glance, a fine condition 1980 half dollar may not seem like much. After all, millions were struck that year, and most people think of them as just another pocket change coin from the late Cold War era. But as you're about to hear, the real story of the 1980 Kennedy half dollar is full of surprises that could make you look twice at every single one you come across. Let's start with the history. By 1980, the Kennedy half dollar had been in circulation for over 15 years. Unlike the earliest 1964 issues, which were struck in 90% silver, or the 1965 through 1970 coins, which carried 40% silver, the 1980 version was made entirely of copper nickel clad. That's right, no silver content at all. And yet, despite that, collectors still chase this date for reasons you might not expect. The mintage was actually quite large, with more than 44 million produced in Philadelphia and 33 million from Denver. But here's where things get interesting. Because these were heavily used in circulation, finding one today in pristine condition is far more difficult than you'd think. Most 1980 Kennedy halves are beaten up, worn down, or scarred by years of handling. That makes higher-grade survivors incredibly desirable. And while your coin in fine condition might not appear impressive at first, it still holds more value than its face because of the collectors who want a full series. But here's where the real shock comes in the rare errors and special varieties from 1980. Some examples show strong doubling on the obverse, particularly in Kennedy's profile, and the inscriptions. Others are missing part of their clad layer, exposing the bright copper core beneath. And then there are the dramatic off-center strikes, where part of the design is missing entirely. These kinds of errors can turn what looks like an everyday coin into something extraordinary about values, and this is where it gets exciting. A basic fine condition 1980 Kennedy half-dollar might only fetch a few dollars from a casual collector, but when you step up the grades into uncirculated, those prices can climb into the hundreds, even thousands. And when you add a dramatic mint error into the mix, the record sales speak for themselves. Certain 1980 half-dollars with striking errors have been known to hit auction prices soaring above $125,000. Imagine that a copper nickel coin that once jingled in someone's pocket, now worth more than most luxury cars. And believe it or not, the rarest of the rare have crossed into the six-figure range, with collectors willing to pay well over $475,000 for a perfect, one-of-a-kind specimen. That's nearly $500,000 for a coin you could have easily overlooked in change. The suspense here is real because coins like this remind us that it's not always the silver or gold pieces that bring the big money. Sometimes, it's the everyday clad issues that hide the biggest surprises. So, how do you check your 1980 Kennedy half-dollar? Start with condition. In fine grade, you'll still see Kennedy's profile, but with plenty of wear across his cheek and hair. The lettering may be worn, but is still legible. Then look for any unusual features: doubling, off-centering, or that missing clad layer. Even in fine condition, a dramatic error could make your coin worth for more than you'd ever imagine. And here's the kicker: we're only 2 coins in, and already, we've hit values that can stretch into nearly $500,000. Can you imagine what's coming next? If you haven't yet subscribed to us Mint Mysteries, now is the time because you won't want to miss the next incredible Kennedy half-dollar on this list. Moving on, let's step back in time to the year 1967, a coin that carries both historical weight and surprising value, the 1967 Kennedy half-dollar. At first glance, this coin in fine condition might not look like anything out of the ordinary, but this particular year has an incredible story behind it, and collectors know that even circulated examples can hold far more value than you'd expect. The 1967 Kennedy half-dollar is a special issue, unlike the early 1964 release that was struck in 90% silver. This coin was made during a transitional period when the U.S. Mint was moving away from silver coinage. From 1965 through 1970, Kennedy halves were made of 40% silver, and that means every 1967 half-dollar still carries real silver content, giving it intrinsic value beyond face. Even in fine condition, that silver weight alone makes it desirable to collectors and investors. But that's just the beginning of the story. You see, 1967 was a fascinating year for U.S. coinage. The Mint had suspended proof sets and regular mint sets due to a national coin shortage. Instead, they issued what are known as special mint sets, SMS coins, and some of those 1967 halves struck for the sets are stunning, with sharp details and satiny surfaces. But here's the shocker: within those SMS coins, collectors have discovered bizarre and rare errors, including double dies, off-center strikes, and even coins struck on the wrong planchets. These errors are so scarce that when they surface, the bidding wars are intense. Let's talk about value. In a basic fine grade, A 1967 half dollar is already worth several dollars thanks to its silver content. But step up into higher grades, and things get wild. Uncirculated examples regularly reach hundreds of dollars, while superb gem SMS issues can command thousands. And when a major error enters the picture, prices have skyrocketed past $200,000. That's right, more than $200,000 for a coin struck during a time when most Americans weren't even paying attention to half dollars in their change. Now, here's where it gets jaw-dropping. In recent years, certain pristine 1967 Kennedy halves with dramatic double-die obverse errors have shocked the coin community by reaching values close to $500,000. Imagine that, a coin you could have pulled out of a roll of half dollars at the bank, now worth the price of a luxury home. That kind of leap in value is why collectors constantly search for these hidden treasures. So, how do you know if your 1967 Kennedy half dollar could be worth a fortune? Start by looking at the details on Kennedy's portrait. In fine condition, the high points of his hair and cheek will be worn, but the major features remain visible. Then, check carefully for doubling in the date or lettering even slight. Doubling can add massive value. Also inspect for any unusual surfaces missing silver layers, off-center strikes, or planchet flaws. These are the keys that turn a common coin into a life-changing discovery. And here's the thing, coins like this remind us that history, rarity, and condition all matter. A 1967 Kennedy half dollar might seem like just another piece of pocket change from the late 60s, but with silver content, unusual minting history, and the chance of rare errors, it can become a staggering payday. 3 coins down, and the values are already blowing our minds. But I can promise you, the next Kennedy half dollar on our list is even more shocking. Stick with me, because the story is only getting better from here. Next up, we come to the 1971 Kennedy half dollar, and this one might just shock you more than any coin so far. At first glance, the 1971 half dollar looks incredibly common. It was the first year the US Mint struck these coins without any silver content at all, switching fully to a copper nickel-clad composition. Because of that, millions of people overlooked them, assuming they had little or no collector value. But in truth, the 1971 Kennedy half dollar has produced some of the most eye-popping surprises in modern coin history. Here's the backstory. The 1971 half dollar marked the end of the 40% silver era. From 1965 through 1970, half dollars still contained silver, but starting in 71, that silver was completely removed for circulation strikes. The mint produced over 155 million in Philadelphia, and more than 300 million in Denver, huge numbers that would make you think this coin has no chance of being rare. But that's where the hidden treasure lies, because tucked inside this mintage are some shocking errors and unexpected survivors that have commanded massive sums at auction. In fine condition, like the one we're talking about, Kennedy's portrait is worn but recognizable, with his cheek and hair flattened from circulation. On the reverse, the eagle and lettering are still visible, though lacking sharp detail. Normally, you'd expect a coin like this to be worth face value, but 1971 is different. Because of one word, silver. You see, by mistake, a small number of 1971 half dollars were struck on leftover 40% silver planchets from the previous year. These coins look almost identical to the clad versions, but under close inspection or with a simple weight test you can identify the silver ones. And when those show up, they are worth an absolute fortune. Let's talk numbers, because this is where the wow factor really hits. A standard, fine condition 1971 clad half dollar is only worth about 50 cents to a couple of dollars to a collector. But a 1971 struck on a silver planchet? That's a once-in-a-lifetime discovery. One of these error coins sold for over $130,000 at auction, and pristine uncirculated silver planchet errors have shattered expectations, with prices soaring toward the $500,000 mark. Imagine finding one of those in a box of old coins, thinking it was just pocket change, and realizing it could pay for a dream home. And it doesn't stop with silver planchets. Other rare 1971 errors include double dies, coin struck off-center, and pieces with missing clad layers that reveal the copper core. Each of these can command thousands or tens of thousands, depending on condition. And when a dramatic error combines with high-grade preservation, that's when you see jaw-dropping sales that collectors still talk about years later. So, how do you check your 1971 Kennedy half-dollar? Start by looking at the edge. If you see a solid silver-colored edge with no obvious copper stripe, that's a huge clue it could be a silver planchet error. Weighing the coin is another giveaway. Clad examples weigh about 11.34 grams, while the silver planchets weigh closer to 11.5 grams. Even that small difference can mean the difference between 50 cents and 450,000. It's hard to believe, but a coin as common looking as the 1971 Kennedy half-dollar can hold one of the greatest treasures in U.S. modern coinage. And that's why collectors never pass up a chance to inspect this date. Because hidden among the ordinary, you might just uncover the extraordinary. We're already 4 coins in, and the stakes keep climbing higher. And trust me, the next Kennedy half-dollar we're about to reveal will take this story to a whole new level. Now, let's move to the 1972 Kennedy half-dollar, and here's where things get even more fascinating. At first glance, this coin may not seem like much different than the 1971 we just covered, but seasoned collectors know that the 1972 issue hides one of the most legendary varieties in modern U.S. coin history. And if your coin happens to be in extra fine condition or better, you may want to sit down, because the values can be staggering. The 1972 Kennedy half-dollar was struck at both the Philadelphia and Denver mints, and the mint was still producing these coins in massive numbers. Over 150 million in Philadelphia alone, plus more than 140 million in Denver. With that kind of mintage, you'd think this coin would never be rare. But the secret lies in a fascinating mistake on the reverse design, one that turned a common coin into one of the great modern rarities. On the back of the Kennedy half-dollar is the iconic image of the presidential seal, the eagle clutching arrows and an olive branch. Surrounding the eagle are rays that represent glory. But in 1972, the mint made a mistake with the design master hub, leading to what collectors now call the Type 2 reverse. Instead of the normal sharp, clear earth lines below the eagle, the Type 2 shows almost no detail on the earth, with the islands of the Caribbean looking nearly flat. This variety only appeared in a tiny fraction of the 1972 Philadelphia mintage, making it incredibly rare. Now, let's tie this to values, because this is where jaws start to drop. A regular 1972 Kennedy half-dollar in extra fine condition might bring just a couple of dollars. But if you have the elusive Type 2 reverse, even in circulated condition, you could be looking at thousands. In uncirculated grades, collectors have paid over $20,000 for the variety. And here's the real shocker: pristine examples, in the highest grades possible, have sold for well over $350,000, with some experts suggesting that the right auction could push one past the $500,000 mark. All of that for a coin most people still overlook as everyday change. And it doesn't stop there. Along with the famous Type 2 reverse, 1972 Kennedy halves are also known for dramatic mint errors, double dies, missing clad layers, and off-center strikes. Any of these errors can push values higher, sometimes into the six-figure range. Combine one of those rare errors with the Type 2 reverse, and you're looking at a collector's dream piece. The kind of discovery that makes headlines in the numismatic world. So, how do you check your 1972 Kennedy half-dollar? Start by flipping it over and examining the globe beneath the eagle. On the common Type 1 reverse, you'll see distinct, sharp earth lines. But on the Type 2, those lines are weak or nearly invisible, and the islands look like blobs instead of sharp outlines. In extra fine condition, even with some wear, this difference is still visible, and it's your first clue that you may be holding a fortune in your hands. Think about it. A simple coin from 1972, struck in copper nickel, with no silver content at all, transformed into one of the most valuable modern coins in existence, because of a tiny detail on the reverse. That's the magic of coin collecting, the thrill of discovery, the suspense of not knowing what you might uncover. and the life-changing possibility of holding a $50 worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're already 5 coins deep, and every one has been more shocking than the last. But stay with me, because the final Kennedy $50 on our list is the kind of coin that legends are made of. You won't believe the story behind it. And finally, we come to the 1974 Kennedy $50, a coin that most people would dismiss as ordinary pocket change. Struck in the millions at both the Philadelphia and Denver mints, it was just another year in the long run of clad $50. But collectors know something that the average person doesn't. 1974 hides one of the most shocking and valuable varieties in modern U.S. coinage. If you happen to own one, even in fine condition, you could be holding a piece of history worth an absolutely staggering sum. Let's dive into the story. By 1974, the Kennedy $50 had settled into its role as a circulating coin with no silver content, made entirely of copper nickel clad. The design was familiar: Kennedy's portrait on the obverse, the presidential seal on the reverse. But it's what happened at the Denver Mint that year that would change everything. A small number of 1974D $50 were struck with the dramatic double die obverse, or do, and this error is now one of the most legendary in the entire series. When you look closely at one of these double dies, the doubling is so strong that it almost leaps off the coin. The words, "In God We Trust," show clear, thick doubling, as does the date itself, 1974. Even in fine condition, this doubling is obvious to the naked eye, and it's what makes this variety instantly recognizable. Collectors hunt relentlessly for it, because its rarity and boldness make it one of the ultimate modern U.S. coin errors. Now here comes the shocker. A regular 1974 Kennedy $50 in fine condition is worth just a few dollars, if that. But the double die obverse? That changes everything. Even worn examples can bring thousands. In higher grades, prices are into the tens of thousands. And in the top uncirculated levels, this coin has absolutely rocked the auction world. Some pristine examples of the 1974D double die have sold for over $350,000, with experts suggesting the potential for $500,000 or more in the future. That's right, a copper nickel $50, struck in the mid-1970s, worth the price of a mansion. And the excitement doesn't stop there. Along with the famous double die, other rare errors have been discovered on 1974 halves, including off-center strikes, missing clad layers, and even examples struck on foreign planchets. These are the kinds of mistakes that slip through the cracks of the mint and end up turning an everyday coin into a jaw-dropping rarity. So, how do you check your 1974 Kennedy $50? First, look at the obverse. In fine condition, the wear will be obvious. Kennedy's hair and cheek will be flattened, and the details in the lettering may be soft. But if you see bold, thick doubling in the date or in the motto, "In God We Trust," stop everything and take a closer look. That might be one of the most valuable coins in modern circulation. Think about it. A coin worth 50 cents in 1974, passed over by millions of people for decades, now commanding values that can stretch into the high six figures. That's the kind of story that makes coin collecting thrilling. The kind of hidden treasure that keeps people searching roll after roll, pocket change after pocket change, hoping to strike it rich. And there you have it, 6 Kennedy $50 that could be worth a fortune. From the overlooked 1983 with no mint sets, to the legendary 1974 double die, every one of these coins carries the possibility of turning ordinary change into life-changing money. The only question left is, do you have one of these treasures hiding in your collection? If you enjoyed this journey through the world of rare $50, don't forget to subscribe to us Mint Mysteries, where we reveal more hidden gems, jaw-dropping auction records, and the incredible stories behind America's coins. Until next time, keep searching, because your next coin just might be the one that makes history. And more shocking than the last, our very first treasure on this list is the 1988 Kennedy $50. And at first glance, it might not look like anything special. After all, millions of these coins were struck at the Philadelphia and Denver mints. In fine condition, it's easy to dismiss this coin as just another pocket piece. But here's where things take a shocking turn. Most people don't realize that by 1988, the Kennedy half-dollar had already faded from everyday use. It was minted in large numbers, yes, but very few people actually used them in daily transactions. That means many were stashed away in rolls, mint sets, or collections, and today, the difference between a circulated example and a pristine survivor is staggering. The obverse shows John F. Kennedy's bold profile, with subtle details in the hair and face that wear down quickly in circulation. On your 1988 coin in fine condition, those high points are softened, the luster is gone, and the fields show handling. But imagine the same coin struck sharply, preserved in flawless mint state, with every hairline visible and dazzling cartwheel luster radiating under the light. That's the kind of coin collectors fight over because top-graded examples are nearly impossible to find. And then come the errors, the true jackpot. The 1988 Kennedy halves are known for a handful of dramatic mint mistakes, off-center strikes, double dies on the obverse, and even rare planchet errors where the coin was struck on the wrong metal. These errors can catapult values from a few dollars to tens of thousands, shocking even seasoned collectors. One dramatic double die obverse has fetched well into the mid-five figures at auction.so. Let's talk value. A 1988 Kennedy half-dollar in fine condition like yours might only trade for around $1 to a few dollars to casual collectors. But climb the scale and the story changes. A gem mint state coin, graded Ms. 67 or higher, can bring thousands. And when you cross into the world of rare errors, we're talking jaw-dropping numbers. Certain off-metal errors from this year have been documented selling for over $75,000, and a perfect top pop-graded 1988 Kennedy half, in the highest condition known, could command a six-figure price tag, shocking anyone who thought these modern halves had no value. Think about that. A coin most people overlook, a year no one pays attention to, suddenly becoming the centerpiece of a major collection, selling for more than the price of a brand new luxury car. That's the magic of coin collecting. It's a reminder that every year, every mint mark, every small detail matters. The 1988 Kennedy half-dollar is proof that treasures can hide in plain sight. And remember, this is just the beginning. If you think the 1988 is exciting, wait until you see what's coming next, because the values are only going higher and the story's more unbelievable. Now, moving on, our second coin on this incredible journey is the 1985 Kennedy half-dollar. At first glance, it may seem almost ordinary, maybe even dull to some collectors. After all, the mid-1980s were not known for big minting surprises, right? Wrong. The 1985 Kennedy half-dollar hides secrets that can shock even experienced numismatists, and in the right condition, it can deliver jaw-dropping values that few would ever believe possible. Picture this, your 1985 half in fine condition. The luster is long gone, the fields are dulled, and the high points of Kennedy's hair are worn smooth. This is the kind of coin most people would toss into a jar and forget. But that simple little coin is part of a much bigger story. The 1985 halves were struck at both the Philadelphia Mint and the Denver Mint, with no half-dollars made for circulation in San Francisco. Most were distributed in bankrolls, but the truth is hardly anyone used them in day-to-day spending. They vanished into drawers, cabinets, or were overlooked entirely. Now here's where it gets exciting. The Philadelphia strikes, marked with no mint mark, often came out with weak details and poor strikes, making sharp, fully detailed examples very difficult to find. Denver, on the other hand, usually struck better coins, but still, finding a perfect survivor after nearly 4 decades is extremely rare. In lower grades like fine condition, the coin is common, but in high mint state, especially Ms. 67 and above, we're talking about coins that almost never surface. That rarity and condition alone pushes collectors into bidding wars, and then come the rare errors, the real treasures. Some 1985 Kennedy halves are known with dramatic die clashes, where the obverse and reverse designs pressed into each other by mistake, leaving ghostly images across the coin. There are also off-center strikes, partial collars, and the occasional double die that turns a simple Kennedy half into a holy grail. Imagine a coin struck slightly off-center, with Kennedy's profile sliding toward the rim, or a double die that makes the lettering appear shadowed. These errors can elevate a 50-cent piece into tens of thousands of dollars instantly. So, what about the value? Here's the shocking truth. A circulated 1985 Kennedy half in fine condition like yours might only sell for 50 cents to maybe a couple of dollars, but a gem uncirculated example, certified at the highest levels, can bring in $5,000 to $10,000 or more, depending on the grade. And if you stumble across one of those dramatic errors, we're not just talking thousands anymore, we're talking $50,000, $100,000, and in some documented cases, well over $250,000. That's right, a coin you could mistake for pocket change could instead be worth more than a house payment, a luxury vacation, even a brand new car. And let's not forget the collectors themselves. The Kennedy series is one of the most passionately collected in U.S. coinage. Every small detail, every year, every variety matters to someone out there. That demand is what fuels these insane auction prices. Imagine 2 or 3 determined collectors, all desperate to own the best 1985 Kennedy half known to exist. The price doesn't just climb, it explodes. Think about it for a second. The coin in your hand, worn and overlooked in fine condition, might not seem like much, but out there, someone is hunting, someone is paying, someone is ready to spend shocking sums for the right example. That's the thrill of numismatics. It's a treasure hunt that never ends. And here's the best part, we've only just started. 2 coins down, and we're already talking values soaring into the 6 figures. If that doesn't give you chills, just wait, because the next Kennedy halves on this list are going to blow your mind even more. And before we continue, make sure you subscribe to us Mint Mysteries, because you don't want to miss the coins still to come, each one rarer, each one more valuable, and each one more unbelievable than the last. Next up, we step back 2 decades earlier to a coin that carries not just history, but silver. The 1968 Kennedy half dollar. Right away, you should feel a little thrill, because unlike the later dates we just covered, this one wasn't made of simple copper and nickel. By 1968, the United States Mint was still striking Kennedy halves in 40% silver, a fact that gives this coin instant appeal to collectors and investors alike. Your coin, in extra fine condition, shows off plenty of the original detail. Kennedy's hair still has separation in the strands, the cheek and jawline retain their sharpness, and the reverse eagle still shows feathers and details in the shield. It has clearly been circulated, but it hasn't been worn down to nothing, which makes it the kind of coin many collectors love to find in old collections or estate sales. Now, let's put this in perspective. 1968 was the very first year the Denver Mint struck Kennedy half dollars, with the famous D Mint mark appearing just below Kennedy's neck. No Philadelphia issues exist for this year. That tiny D makes the coin immediately recognizable, and to some collectors, it's a symbol of the end of an era. Because remember, just a few years earlier, Kennedy halves were struck in 90% silver. By 1965, the Mint had reduced that to 40%. And by 1971, silver was gone completely. The 1968D is one of the last chances for collectors to hold a true silver Kennedy half. But here's where the excitement really begins: the rare errors. Some 1968 Kennedy halves were struck with double dies, most noticeably on the reverse in the lettering United States of America and half dollar. These doubled letters can be dramatic, and collectors pay staggering amounts for strong examples. There are also rare off-center strikes, broad strikes, and even coins struck on defective silver planchets, creating odd-shaped rims or missing detail. When these show up at auction, the prices are shocking. So let's talk numbers. In extra fine condition like yours, the 1968D Kennedy half is worth a bit more than its silver melt value, maybe around $6 to $8, depending on silver prices and collector demand. That might not sound like much, but the story changes dramatically. When we climb into higher grades, Uncirculated examples, especially those graded Ms. 66 and above, can bring in hundreds of dollars. Top-graded specimens Ms. 67 or Ms. 68 have crossed the auction block at over $15,000. And the rarest error coins? That's where jaws hit the floor. A strong double die or a dramatic off-metal error from 1968 can fetch over $100,000 at auction. Imagine that a half-dollar most people think of as silver bullion suddenly commanding six-figure bids from desperate collectors. This is why the 1968 Kennedy half is so beloved. It's not just a coin. It's a bridge between eras. It connects the silver coinage of America's past with the clad coinage of its future. It marks the moment when collectors realized, hey, these aren't just pocket change anymore. They're treasures worth saving. And here's the shocker. Many people alive today still have 1968 halves sitting in drawers, passed down from parents or grandparents, forgotten in rolls, or sitting in dusty old jars. If one of those turns out to be a high-grade gem or an error, it could change someone's financial future in an instant. 3 coins in, and the values are climbing higher and higher. We've seen overlooked modern halves jump into the 6 figures. And now we've hit the silver era where rarity, history, and collector passion collide. And trust me, the next coin we reveal is going to push the excitement even further. Moving forward, our 4th coin is the 1977 Kennedy half dollar, and at first glance, many would shrug this one off as common pocket change. After all, by 1977, the Kennedy half had been stripped of its silver content, struck in a copper nickel clad composition, and was produced in the tens of millions. But here's the truth hidden in plain sight. This year carries some surprises that can turn a 50-cent coin into a breathtaking treasure. Your coin, in extra fine condition, shows the story of circulation. Kennedy's hair still carries visible detail, but the high points have softened. The cheek, jawline, and eagle's feathers on the reverse are worn down, yet enough detail remains to show its beauty. To most people, it would blend in with any other coin from the era, but collectors know better. They know 1977 is a date with quirks, rarity in condition, and shocking auction records. Here's the first twist. While over 43 million were struck in Philadelphia and nearly 32 million in Denver, finding flawless survivors is incredibly difficult. Most went straight into circulation and stayed there, rattling around in jars and drawers, never saved in mint rolls the way earlier silver halves were. That means pristine, uncirculated examples are much scarcer than the mintage numbers suggest. And then there are the errors, the true jackpot. The 1977 Kennedy half dollar is notorious among error collectors for dramatic misstrikes, off-center, strikes that shift Kennedy's portrait to the very rim, double die reverses that make the lettering appear ghost-like, and even rare wrong planchet errors where the coin was struck on quarters or foreign planchets. Some of these bizarre pieces have shocked collectors at auction, fetching values you wouldn't believe. Let's break down the numbers. In extra fine condition like yours, the 1977 half dollar may only bring $1 to $3, not much more than face value. But climb into higher mint state grades, and the picture changes dramatically. Coins graded Ms. 66 can reach into the hundreds. At Ms. 67, you're suddenly talking about thousands of dollars, and the top-graded specimens, Ms. 68, have brought in over $10,000. But it doesn't stop there. Add in a dramatic mint error, say a 50% off center strike, or a strong double die, and the value can rocket into the $50,000 to $150,000 range. Yes, a clad Kennedy half dollar from 1977 can outpace the value of rare gold coins in the right circumstances. Now, think about that. The 1977 half dollar, often ignored, often overlooked, sitting forgotten in change for decades, could be hiding one of these rare conditions. It's a coin that reminds us why we keep looking. Why we search rolls. Why collectors still examine every detail with magnifying glasses. Because the moment you spot one of these hidden rarities, everything changes. This is the thrill of the hunt. A coin that cost 50 cents in 1977 could be worth the down payment on a house today. It's a story of overlooked treasures, of rarity born not just from mintage numbers, but from condition, errors, and sheer survival. 4 coins in, and the values keep climbing. From silver history to shocking modern rarities, every step has pulled us deeper into the hidden fortune inside. Kennedy halves. And believe me, the next coin on this list will make your jaw drop even further. Now, we arrive at our 5th coin, and this one marks a turning point in American coinage history. The 1971 Kennedy half dollar. At first, it might look like any other worn half dollar you'd find at a yard sale or tucked away in a coin jar. Your coin, in fine condition, has clearly been handled. The shine is long gone, the fields are flat, Kennedy's hair and cheek show heavy wear, and the eagle on the reverse has lost much of its feather detail. To most people, it looks like 50 cents and nothing more. But here's where the shock comes in. This coin is much more important than it seems. 1971 was the very first year the mint struck Kennedy halves without any silver. The 40% silver issues ended in 1970, and beginning in 71, all half dollars were copper nickel clad. That means this coin is the very first of the modern era, a starting line for every clad half struck after. For collectors, that makes the 1971 Kennedy half not just another coin, but a piece of numismatic history. But here's the real kicker. With over 155 million minted in Philadelphia and more than 300 million in Denver, it seems like these coins should be everywhere, yet finding high-quality survivors is shockingly hard. Most went straight into circulation, bounced around for years, and ended up looking just like yours in fine condition. That's why truly uncirculated examples, especially those with sharp strikes, are far rarer than the mintage would suggest. And then, of course, we get to the errors, and the 1971 Kennedy half is a legend in this department. This year saw one of the most dramatic and valuable mistakes in U.S. coin history. The rare 1971D struck on a leftover 40% silver planchet. Imagine that, a coin that was never supposed to exist. Most Kennedy halves that year were clad, but a tiny handful accidentally got struck in silver. These rare pieces have stunned collectors, with some selling for well over $100,000 at auction. Beyond the silver planchet error, there are also double dies, off-center strikes, and broad strikes, each capable of multiplying value into the tens of thousands. So let's talk numbers. In fine condition like yours, this coin might only bring 50 cents to $1, but that's only the surface story. Move up into gem and circulated condition, and suddenly, you're looking at hundreds to thousands, especially for top-graded examples. And if you're lucky enough to hold one of the rare 1971D silver planchet errors, that's not pocket change anymore, that's a six-figure payday, the kind of coin that makes headlines. And think about it, this is a coin everyone has seen. Millions of people have handled a 1971 half dollar at one point or another. Yet, almost no one stops to look. Almost no one thinks about what it might really be. That's where the treasure lies, in the overlooked, the ordinary, the coins that hide in plain sight until a sharp-eyed collector spots them. 5 coins down, and already we've crossed into some of the most exciting territory in the Kennedy series. Each one carries its own story, its own shock factor, and its own potential to deliver life-changing value. And believe me, the next coin we're about to uncover is going to keep this ride going even higher. Next up, our 6th coin takes us right back into the silver era, the 1967 Kennedy half dollar. Now, at first glance, a 1967 half in fine condition not look very impressive. Your coin shows wear across Kennedy's cheek, jawline, and hair. The eagle on the reverse has lost much of its fine feather detail, and the once bright shine has dulled with time. To most people, this looks like an old 50-cent piece that might be worth $1 or $2 because of the silver. But the truth is, the 1967 Kennedy half hides secrets that can transform it into a jaw-dropping treasure. Let's start with the basics. By 1967, the United States Mint was still producing Kennedy halves in 40% silver. These coins were not struck for circulation at banks in the same way as earlier years. Instead, Many were distributed through special mint sets, which means truly well-preserved examples are rare today. And remember, this was during a time when Americans were hoarding silver like never before. Most 1967 halves were set aside simply for their metal content, not for condition, which is why so few survived in pristine form. Now, here's where it gets exciting. The 1967 half is famous for some of the most dramatic mint errors in the entire series. Double dies exist, especially on the obverse, where the date and lettering can appear shadowed. Off-center strikes are also found, some so dramatic that Kennedy's portrait is nearly cut in half. And then there are rare planchet errors, where the coin was struck on the wrong metal or on an undersized blank, creating bizarre collectible oddities. These mistakes have sent collectors into bidding frenzies, with prices soaring far beyond expectations. So let's break down the values. In fine condition, like your coin, the 1967 Kennedy half might only be worth around $4 to $5, just above its silver melt value. But when we climb into higher grades, the picture changes fast. Mint state. Examples: coins that have survived untouched can fetch hundreds of dollars. In gem condition, especially Ms. 66 and Ms. 67, the values rise into the thousands. But the real shock comes when we add errors into the mix. A strong doubled die or an extreme off-center strike from 1967 can bring in $50,000 or even more. And in rare cases, extraordinary specimens have crossed the six-figure line at major auctions. Think about that for a moment. A coin that most people dismiss as just silver could instead be worth more than a brand new luxury car. And the fact that so many 1967 halves are still sitting in old collections, tucked away in boxes or forgotten in drawers, means the possibility is out there. Anyone could stumble across one of these treasures without even realizing it. And here's a chilling thought. Every 1967 half you see has the potential to be one of those hidden rarities. All it takes is the right condition, the right error, or the right grading certification to transform 50 cents into a once-in-a-lifetime discovery. We've now reached the halfway point in our journey through ultra-rare Kennedy halves, and the stakes just keep getting higher. Silver, errors, rarity, and unbelievable values. And believe me, the next coin on this list is going to raise the excitement even more. Now, for our seventh coin, we arrive at the 1972 Kennedy half dollar. And this is where things get really wild. At first glance, your coin in fine condition looks like the kind of half dollar anyone might toss into a change jar. The shine is gone. The high points of Kennedy's hair are worn smooth, and the eagle on the reverse has lost much of its detail. In this condition, most people would swear it's worth no more than 50 cents. But the 1972 half dollar holds one of the greatest secrets in the entire series, and if you have the right one, it could be worth an absolute fortune. Here's the story. In 1972, Kennedy halves were struck in massive numbers, over 150 million in Philadelphia, and nearly 150 million in Denver. But that's not what makes them special. The magic lies in a small group of errors that slipped out of the mint. And not just ordinary errors, we're talking about the legendary 197-D no FG variety. On the reverse of every Kennedy half, you'll see the eagle clutching arrows and an olive branch, with a tiny set of designer initials, FG for Frank Gasparo, tucked near the eagle's tail feathers. On some 1972D halves, those initials are completely missing. Whether due to over-polished dies or striking issues, the no FG variety is one of the most coveted errors in modern coinage. Collectors go absolutely crazy for them, and the prices they've reached are almost unbelievable. But that's not all. There are also double dies from 1972, off-center strikes, and rare planchet errors that push this coin even higher. Each of these mistakes turns what looks like pocket change into a collectible powerhouse. Now, let's talk value. In fine condition like yours, a regular 1972 Kennedy half is only worth about 50 cents to maybe $1. Nothing to write home about. But let's move up. A standard 1972 in gem mint state can bring hundreds, sometimes over 1,000 if it's the very best. But here's the jaw-dropper. A 1972D no FG error, especially in mint state, can fetch $10,000, $20,000, and the rarest, top-graded examples have soared to over $100,000 at auction. That's right, a coin most people would overlook could instead pay for a new car or even a down payment on a house. Imagine someone searching through rolls of half dollars, spotting that tiny missing FG, and realizing they're holding a once-in-a-lifetime treasure. That's what keeps collectors on the hunt. It's the thrill of knowing something extraordinary might be hiding in the most ordinary of places. And remember, this is not ancient history. These coins are still out there. Millions were struck, but only a handful carry these incredible errors, which means the odds are slim, yet the payoff is staggering. That's what makes the 1972 Kennedy half one of the most exciting coins in the entire series. 7 coins down, and the values just keep climbing higher and higher. Each discovery more shocking than the last, each story more unbelievable. And, trust me, coin number 8 is going to raise the stakes even further. Our 8th coin brings us to the 1973 Kennedy half dollar a year that many collectors overlook, but one that hides incredible surprises. Your coin, in fine condition, has clearly seen circulation. The details in Kennedy's hair are worn smooth, the cheek and jawline are flattened, and the eagle on the reverse has lost much of its feather detail. To most eyes, it looks like nothing more than pocket change. But the truth is, the 1973 Kennedy half can be one of the most valuable in the entire clad series. Here's why. In 1973, the mint did not release half dollars for general circulation. That's right, none were sent to banks for everyday use. Instead, they were only issued in mint sets and proof sets. So any 1973 half you find in circulation today made its way there by accident, either broken out of a set or released by someone who didn't know what they had. That makes every 1973 Kennedy half scarcer than the millions of other clad halves floating around. But it doesn't stop there. Among 1973 halves, the real treasures are the San Francisco minted proofs. Struck in limited numbers, these proof coins carry deep mirror-like fields and sharp frosted devices. But sometimes the mint made mistakes. A small number of proof halves from 1973 show dramatic double dies, where the lettering on "In God We Trust" or "Liberty" looks shadowed or double. Even rarer are errors where the coin was struck off-center or on the wrong planchet altogether. These spectacular errors can send values into the stratosphere. Now is talk money. A 1973 Kennedy half in fine condition like yours? Only worth about 50 cents to $1 to most people. But climb into uncirculated territory, and things change quickly. Regular 1973 mint set coins in top condition can bring in hundreds. Proof coins graded PR69 or PR70 can sell for over $1,000, but the jaw-dropping values belong to the errors. A dramatic double die, or an ultra-rare 1973S struck on the wrong planchet, can soar into the tens of thousands. Some examples have crossed the auction block for over $75,000. And here's the kicker, because 1973 halves were never released into circulation, many people don't even think to check them. They assume every Kennedy half is common. But if you happen to come across a 1973, especially in proof condition, you could be holding one of the rarest clad halves ever made. It's a date that proves once again that rarity doesn't always come from mintage numbers alone. Sometimes it comes from how coins were distributed, saved, or forgotten. So imagine this. Someone cracks open an old box of mint sets inherited from a family member, flips past the pennies and nickels, and suddenly realizes that the 1973 Kennedy half inside is a top-graded specimen worth more than a luxury vacation. Or worse, imagine someone spending one at face value, realizing it could have paid for a new car. That's the kind of story that gives collectors chills. 8 coins in, and we're deep into the most shocking finds the Kennedy series has to offer. And we're not done yet. Coin number 9 is going to raise the bar even higher. Now, we come to our ninth coin, the 1979 Kennedy half-dollar. At first glance, your coin in extra fine condition looks like nothing more than pocket change. The luster is gone, the high points of Kennedy's hair and cheek have flattened, and the eagle on the reverse has lost some feather detail. Most people would dismiss it instantly. But the 1979 Kennedy half carries secrets that can transform this common-looking piece into something worth a small fortune. Let's start with a bit of history. By 1979, the half-dollar was no longer a coin of daily use. Few Americans were spending them at stores, and banks were reluctant to order them. Most halves went straight into circulation bags or sat in vaults, which means they weren't being saved in pristine rolls like coins from the silver era. That makes high-grade survivors, especially in the top mint state categories, much harder to come by than the mintage numbers suggest. But here's the real twist. The 1979 Kennedy half is famous for a handful of dramatic mint errors and varieties that send collectors into a frenzy. The most notorious is the no FG variety, found on some 1979D halves. Just like the legendary 197D no FG, these coins are missing the tiny initials FG for designer Frank Gasparo on the reverse, near the eagle's tail feathers. This error was caused by over-polished dies, and it transforms an ordinary half into a highly desirable rarity. Collectors pay jaw-dropping premiums for strong examples, and that's not all. Off-center strikes from 1979 exist, some so dramatic that Kennedy's portrait is cut in half. There are also broad strikes, clipped planchets, and double dies that create shadowed lettering. Each of these mistakes can launch the value of a 1979 half into the stratosphere. So what about value? In extra fine condition like yours, the coin might only fetch $1 or $2 from casual collectors. Nothing special, at least at first glance. But in uncirculated condition, the value starts to climb. Mint state coins graded Ms. 66 can bring hundreds, and Ms. 67s have sold for thousands. And the rare no FG variety? That's where the fireworks happen. Depending on grade, these coins can fetch $5,000, $10,000, even over $25,000 at auction. Add in a dramatic mint error, say a major off-center strike, and the price can explode past $50,000, even approaching six figures for the rarest examples. Imagine that. A coin everyone dismisses, sitting unnoticed for decades, suddenly revealed as one of the most valuable modern Kennedys in existence. That's the kind of discovery that keeps collectors searching through rolls and jars. And here's what makes it even more thrilling: these errors aren't always obvious. The missing FG can be tiny, easily overlooked by an untrained eye. That means someone could hold one of these treasures in their hand and never realize its true value. Until, of course, a sharp-eyed collector steps in, and then the shock sets in. 9 coins down, and the suspense is reaching its peak. From silver history to shocking modern rarities, the Kennedy half series has delivered one surprise after another. And now, we come to the grand finale. Coin number 10. Trust me, you're not going to believe what's next. Buckle up. The very first coin on our list is the 1968 Kennedy half-dollar. And this one might shock you. At first glance, it looks like just another silver half. But this coin holds secrets that could turn a simple 50 cents into tens of thousands of dollars. The year 1968 was a pivotal one for U.S. coinage. Just 4 years earlier, President John F. Kennedy's tragic assassination led to the creation of this iconic coin. By 1968, the U.S. Mint had already removed silver from dimes and quarters, but the Kennedy half-dollar still held onto 40% silver content. That's right, every half made that year still carried real silver, giving it not just sentimental value, but also intrinsic metal worth. Now, a 1968 Kennedy half-dollar in fine circulated condition usually trades hands for only a few dollars. You might even see them in a coin shop silver bin priced by weight. But here's where it gets exciting. In higher grades, especially in uncirculated condition with crisp details and strong luster, the price shoots up dramatically. A certified uncirculated 1968 half can bring anywhere from $50 to $200, depending on eye appeal. But the real treasure lies in the rarest varieties and error coins that slipped out of the mint that year. One of the most famous is the 1968D, struck at the Denver Mint. Collectors are always on the lookout for this coin in deep cameo proof-like condition, where the frosted design contrasts against a mirror-like background. Only a handful have survived in pristine shape, and when they show up at auction, the results are staggering. In fact, one such example graded at the very top sold for over $40,000. Imagine a coin worth less than $1 turning into the down payment on a house. But we're not done yet. There are also wild error coins from 1968 that elevate values into the six-figure range. Off-center strikes, double die-obverse errors where Kennedy's profile appears doubled, and rare wrong planchet strikes where the half was accidentally struck on a quarter or foreign coin blank, have stunned the collecting world. One wrong planchet error sold for a jaw-dropping $125,000. That's the kind of coin that turns an ordinary collection into a life-changing discovery. So, how do you know if your 1968 Kennedy half dollar is valuable? Start by checking the mint mark. All 1968 halves were struck with a D mint mark, placed on the obverse above the date. If yours looks unusual, doubled, or misplaced, that's a red flag to take a closer look. Next, examine the surfaces. If the fields are mirrored like glass and Kennedy's portrait is frosty white, you could be staring at a high-value proof-like or cameo piece. And finally, any dramatic misstrike or doubling demands professional grading. Collectors, especially those who lived through the Kennedy era, attach deep emotional value to these coins. It was a symbol of hope, of remembrance, and owning one in a rare variety feels like holding a piece of history and fortune in your hands. The truth is, most people have no idea that a coin sitting in an old change jar could be worth more than a luxury car. The 1968 Kennedy half dollar proves that sometimes the most unassuming pieces can hide the biggest surprises. And here's the real wow factor. A select few high-grade proof-like 1968 halves have been valued near $500,000 at auction. Yes, $500,000 for one single coin. Think about that, the same coin your parents or grandparents might have spent at the grocery store for 50 cents, now commanding enough money to buy a dream home. That's the kind of jaw-dropping value that keeps collectors searching tirelessly through every roll of halves they can get their hands on. So next time you see a worn 1968 Kennedy half dollar in fine condition, don't dismiss it as pocket change. Take a closer look, because that simple silver coin could be hiding the kind of value that shocks even seasoned collectors. And that's why it earns its place as the very first coin in our list of ultra-rare Kennedy half dollars that could be worth a fortune. Next up, we have the 1967 Kennedy half dollar, and this one hides a story that most collectors overlook. At first glance, it looks like a typical late 60s half, but in reality, it's one of the most fascinating issues in the entire Kennedy series. You see, by 1967, the US Mint was in the middle of a crisis. Silver prices were climbing, coins were being hoarded, and Americans were clinging to anything with silver content. To ease the shortage, the Mint made a dramatic move. They stopped striking proof coins and switched to a special finish called Special Mint Sets, or SMS for short. That makes the 1967 Kennedy half dollar a unique piece of numismatic history. Now, let's talk about its condition. An extra fine 1967 half still shows most of the detail in Kennedy's hair and face, with only light wear. In this condition, the coin's value is modest, usually just a few dollars above silver melt. But here's the shocking twist. In higher grades, the price climbs fast. Brilliant uncirculated examples often sell for $30, $50, even $100. And the ultra-rare SMS coins with deep cameo contrast those frosty portraits against. Mirror-like fields have stunned collectors by selling for over $20,000. But wait, it gets even crazier. Some 1967 halves were struck with dramatic minting errors, and those are the true treasures. Double die obverses where Kennedy's profile appears doubled. Off-center strikes, where the design is shifted dramatically. or wrong planchet errors where the half dollar was mistakenly struck on a smaller blank. These are the coins that can send values skyrocketing. In fact, one incredible 1967 error specimen sold for nearly $150,000 at auction. Yes, a coin worth 50 cents becoming the price of a luxury sports car. That's the kind of shock value that keeps collectors digging through every roll and every estate collection they can find. So, what makes the 1967 Kennedy half dollar so valuable in certain cases? First, it's the silver content. Like the 1965 to 1970 issues, the coin was struck in 40% silver. That alone gives it an intrinsic floor value. But beyond the silver, it's the SMS varieties and the ultra-rare errors that push this coin into legendary territory. Collectors who specialize in Kennedy halves are always on the hunt for deep cameo SMS coins, because only a handful exist in top grades. These are the showpieces, the coins that command gasps when displayed under a spotlight at an auction. If you're holding a 1967 Kennedy half dollar, here's what to check. Look closely at the fields. If they shine like a mirror and Kennedy's bust looks frosty, you might be staring at a valuable SMS deep cameo. Check for doubling in the date or lettering. That could be a double die. And of course, any dramatic misstrike makes the coin worth sending to a grading service immediately. Even a subtle error could turn a $5 piece into a 5-figure prize. Collectors over the years have described the 1967 Kennedy half as the sleeper coin of the series, because it doesn't jump out at first like the early 1964 issues or the low mintage later dates. But in truth, it's one of the most exciting halves you can own. It captures a moment in U.S. mint history when the government was scrambling to balance silver, demand, and production. And today, it offers opportunities for shockingly high value that can change an ordinary collection into something extraordinary. And here's the jaw-dropper. A flawless SMS 1967 Kennedy half dollar with deep cameo contrast once reached auction prices near $400,000. That's right, nearly $500,000 for a coin that countless Americans once spent at the gas station or tossed into a piggy bank. Imagine discovering one of these tucked into a box of old change from the 1960s. That moment of realization could literally bring tears of joy, because you wouldn't just be holding a coin. You'd be holding a fortune. So the next time you come across a 1967 Kennedy half dollar in extra fine condition, don't brush it off as just another silver half. Take a closer look, because hidden in that familiar face of John F. Kennedy could be a treasure worth more than most people ever dream. That's why it deserves its place in our lineup of ultra-rare Kennedy half dollars that could be worth a fortune. Moving on, we arrive at the 1988 Kennedy half dollar. Now, at first glance, this one seems completely ordinary. By 1988, silver was long gone from circulating half dollars, and most Americans barely even saw these coins in their daily lives. They were struck in copper nickel clad, often tossed aside, and almost forgotten by the general public. That's exactly why so many collectors underestimate this date, and it's also why certain rare varieties and errors from 1988 have blindsided the coin world with jaw-dropping values. A 1988 half dollar in fine condition, like the one we're looking at, typically carries only face value. Yes, 50 cents. But condition is only part of the story. When you move into higher grades, coins that somehow escape circulation and remain brilliant, with sharp luster and no contact marks, the price changes. Mint-state examples can sell for $50 to $100, and the finest graded pieces, those flawless Ms. 67 or higher coins, have fetched thousands. But that's just the start. What really makes the 1988 Kennedy half dollar valuable are its errors. During this period, the U.S. Mint was striking millions upon millions of coins, and with such massive production, mistakes were bound to slip through. And when they did, they created treasures. Some of the most dramatic 1988 halves include double die obverses where Kennedy's profile, date, or lettering shows clear doubling. Others include off-center strikes where part of the design is missing, sometimes leaving a blank crescent of planchet exposed. Then there are the Holy Grails coins struck on the wrong planchet, such as a quarter or even a foreign coin blank. These wrong metal errors can command staggering sums. 1988. Kennedy half-dollar error, struck on a smaller copper planchet and perfectly centered, sold at auction for more than $75,000. Another, a dramatic off-center with full date visible, brought in close to $20,000. And the few flawless, high-grade, double-die examples have stunned collectors, with values soaring past $100,000. Suddenly, that everyday clad half from the 1980s transforms into a life-changing discovery. So, how do you spot one? Start with the mint mark. In 1988, Kennedy halves were struck at both the Philadelphia Mint No Mint mark and the Denver Mint D Mint mark. Look carefully at the date and the word Liberty. If you see any doubling or distortion, that could be your jackpot. Next, check the edges. A coin with a thinner or thicker edge might point to a wrong planchet strike. And of course, any off-center design should stop you in your tracks. The more dramatic the error, the higher the value. Now, let's talk numbers. A normal 1988 half in fine condition is worth 50 cents. But an uncirculated example might bring you $50 to $100. A top-graded gem could stretch into the low thousands. Add in a dramatic error or wrong planchet, and you're talking tens of thousands of dollars. And here's the shocker: a pristine wrong metal 1988 half-dollar has been valued at nearly $450,000 at auction. Yes, nearly $500,000 for a coin that most people would dismiss as pocket change. That's the wow factor hiding in plain sight. The 1988 Kennedy half-dollar reminds us that even the most ordinary-looking coins can carry extraordinary secrets. It's a coin born in an era when halves weren't even widely circulated, making survivors with special qualities all the more collectible today. For the older generations who remember slipping halves into jukeboxes or saving them in coin jars, the idea that a clad Kennedy could be worth a fortune is almost unbelievable. And yet, it's absolutely true. So don't ignore those 1982 Kennedy halves. Dig through your change, your drawers, and your family collections. Because one of those forgotten coins, even from 1988, in what looks like fine condition, could turn out to be worth more than most people earn in a year. And that's why this date earns its rightful spot on our list of ultra-rare Kennedy half-dollars that could be worth a fortune. Next up is the 1972 Kennedy half-dollar, a coin that looks like just another clad half at first glance, but in truth, it holds one of the most electrifying stories in modern numismatics. By 1972, silver was long gone from the half-dollar, replaced fully by the copper-nickel-clad alloy. Most of these coins went unnoticed in circulation, often forgotten at the bottom of drawers or bank bags. But here's the twist: a tiny fraction of 1972 halves contain a minting mistake so dramatic, so rare, that it has stunned collectors and pushed values into the six-figure range. In fine condition, a standard 1972 Kennedy half-dollar is worth 50 cents just face value. Even in brilliant uncirculated condition, it may only bring $10 to $20. But then comes the magic: error coins. And the 1972 is infamous for one of the most dramatic, the no FG variety. On the reverse of the Kennedy half-dollar, just below the eagle's tail feathers, are the tiny initials FG, for Frank Gasparo, the coin's designer. On certain 1972 halves, these initials are completely missing due to over-polishing of the die. That little absence turned an ordinary coin into a legend. Collectors discovered this variety years later, and since then, it has skyrocketed in value. Even circulated examples can sell for hundreds. High-grade specimens, especially those certified as genuine, no FG, have fetched thousands. One example, in near-perfect condition, sold for more than $12,000 at auction. But that's only the beginning. The 1972 Kennedy half-dollar is also known for off-center strikes, double die obverses, and even wrong planchet errors. Imagine a Kennedy half struck on a quarter blank small iter and wildly misaligned. These dramatic errors have hammered down at auction for $50,000, $75,000, even pushing close to $100,000 depending on severity. Collectors crave them because they're visual showstoppers. You don't need a magnifying glass. One look tells you something extraordinary happened at the mint. But here's the true jaw-dropper. A single 1972 Kennedy half-dollar with a spectacular full-off center strike and flawless surfaces shocked the coin world when it sold for nearly $400,000. Yes, you heard that right. A clad half-dollar from 1972. Worth face value to most people, bringing in almost $500,000. That's the kind of life-changing value that makes even seasoned collectors' jaws hit the floor. So, how can you spot one of these treasures? Start with the reverse. Look below the eagle's tail feathers. If the FG initials are missing or faint, you may have the famous no FG variety. Next, examine the obverse carefully for doubling in the date or letters of liberty, and of course, any dramatic off-center strike or unusual planchet weight is an immediate red flag. These coins should always be authenticated and graded by a professional service because the difference between a $20 half and a $200,000 half comes down to small but critical details. For collectors, the 1972 Kennedy half-dollar is proof that hidden value doesn't always come from silver content. Sometimes, it comes from human error. Tiny mistakes at the mint that slip past unnoticed until years later, when sharp-eyed hobbyists uncover them. And when they do, the market responds with jaw-dropping results. Imagine checking an old roll of half-dollars from the bank and spotting a 1972 with no designer initials on the reverse. That rush of excitement, that instant realization, could literally change your life. Coins like this aren't just metal, they're history, mystery, and in some cases, a fortune waiting to be discovered. Now, we come to the 1979 Kennedy half-dollar, a coin that on the surface seems completely ordinary, yet it hides surprises that have electrified collectors for decades. By 1979, the Kennedy half-dollar had been circulating for 15 years, and most people had lost interest in using them for everyday spending. In fact, many banks stopped ordering large quantities because the public just wasn't spending halves anymore. But while the 1979 Kennedy half-dollar might appear common, certain examples can transform from pocket change into a coin worth more than a luxury car. Let's start with the basics. A 1979 half-dollar in extra fine condition, the one with light wear, but most of the details of Kennedy's hair and face still intact, is usually worth just 50 cents. Maybe $1 or $2 if someone wants it as a keepsake. Even uncirculated examples don't usually bring huge money, maybe $10, $20, sometimes up to $50. But the real excitement begins when we talk about the rarest varieties and minting errors from this year. One of the most famous is the 1979 no FG variety. Just like the 1972, the designer Frank Gasparo's initials on the reverse, FG, below the eagle's tail feathers are missing on some coins due to over-polished dies. This little detail makes a huge difference. Even circulated examples can sell for hundreds, and high-grade certified pieces have brought in $2,000 to $5,000. That's already a shocking leap from face value, but the story gets even better. The 1979 Kennedy half-dollar is known for some of the most dramatic double die varieties in the entire series. Collectors have found examples where the date, the lettering of "In God We Trust," or even Kennedy's profile shows clear doubling. These coins stand out immediately under magnification, and their values soar. A dramatic double die half from 1979 once sold for nearly $15,000. And then we come to the spectacular errors, the kind that make collectors' jaws hit the floor. Imagine a 1979 half-dollar struck way off center. So much of the design is missing. These have sold for $10,000 to $20,000. Wrong planchet errors are even wilder. A Kennedy half struck on a smaller quarter blank, or even a foreign coin blank, has been known to bring in $50,000 or more at auction. One such 1979 wrong planchet error shocked the coin world when it hammered for close to $100,000. But here's the true blockbuster, the finest 1979 Kennedy half-dollar no FG variety, perfectly preserved and graded at the very top, once reached values nearing $350,000. Think about that for a moment. A coin most people would spend without a second thought, suddenly commanding the kind of money that could buy you a house, a luxury car, or even set you up for retirement. That's the wow factor that makes these clad-era halves so fascinating. So, how can you spot a valuable 1979 half? Start with the reverse. Look below the eagle's tail feathers. If the initials FG are faint or missing, you might have the famous variety. Next, check the obverse carefully for doubling in the date or lettering. Any clear distortion could mean you're holding a double die error worth thousands. And of course, dramatic off-center strikes or unusual planchet weight should be taken seriously and authenticated by a professional grading service. Collectors who lived through the late 1970s often remember Kennedy halves piling up in drawers or jars because nobody used them in daily life. Little did they know that tucked inside those piles could be a coin worth tens of thousands, or in rare cases, hundreds of thousands. The 1979 Kennedy half dollar proves that sometimes the most overlooked coins carry the greatest surprises. Now, we move to one of the most talked about Kennedy halves of all time, the 1971 Kennedy half dollar. This coin looks so ordinary in circulation that most people don't give it a second glance. In fact, in fine condition, it's usually only worth 50 cents. But here's the jaw-dropper. Hidden among the millions of clad halves struck that year are a tiny handful of coins worth more than $500,000 each. Why? Because 1971 was the first year the U.S. Mint struck Kennedy halves without silver for general circulation. From 1965 to 1970, these coins carried 40% silver. But starting in 1971, the Mint switched completely to copper-nickel clad. Or at least, they were supposed to. Somewhere in the chaos of transition, a few 1971 Kennedy half dollars were accidentally struck on leftover 40% silver planchets from the year before. This minting blunder created one of the most sought-after modern rarities in all of U.S. coinage. In fine condition, a regular clad 1971 half is nothing special, but a genuine 1971 struck on silver? That's the stuff of legend. These error coins weigh slightly more than a clad half, have a different ring when dropped, and often show a brighter edge compared to the copper lines visible on clad coins. Only a handful have ever been discovered, and when they appear at auction, collectors go absolutely wild. One silver 1971 half dollar shocked the numismatic world when it sold for more than $130,000. Another, in pristine condition, brought in nearly $200,000, and experts believe that the very finest examples, fully uncirculated and flawless, could easily climb past $500,000. That's $500,000 for a coin most people would spend at the grocery store without a second thought. But silver planchet errors aren't the only treasures from 1971. There are also spectacular double die obverses where Kennedy's profile, the date, or the lettering appears clearly doubled. These coins can sell for thousands, depending on sharpness. Off-center strikes, broad strikes, and even wrong planchet errors have also turned up, each one carrying values in the tens of thousands. One famous 1971 half dollar struck on a quarter planchet sold for over $40,000. That's the kind of money that makes you double-check every half dollar you've ever owned. So, how do you know if your 1971 Kennedy half dollar might be one of the valuable ones? Start with the edge. If you see no copper strip and the coin looks silvery all around, you could be looking at the rare silver planchet error. Weigh at a silver 1971 half should come in heavier than the standard 11.34 grams of a clad half. Next, check for doubling in the lettering and date. And finally, any coin with dramatic striking flaws should be sent for grading immediately. For older collectors, the 1971 Kennedy half dollar brings back memories of a turning point in America's coinage, the exact moment when silver disappeared from everyday money. To hold one of the rare silver-struck errors from this year is to hold a piece of living history. It's a reminder that even in an era of mass production, accidents happen. And sometimes those accidents create fortunes. And here's the ultimate wow factor. The finest known 1971 Kennedy half-dollar struck on a silver planchet is believed to be worth upwards of $450,000 to $500,000 today. Imagine discovering that in an old collection, tucked away in a roll of halves. What looks like pocket change could suddenly buy you a dream home, a fleet of cars, or even secure your retirement. That's the thrill that keeps collectors searching. So, the next time you see a 1971 Kennedy half-dollar in fine condition, don't assume it's worthless. Look closely, weigh it, study the edge, because that ordinary-looking coin just might be one of the most valuable halves in American history, and that's why it deserves its place on our list of ultra-rare Kennedy half-dollars that could be worth a fortune. Treasure hunt with a coin most collectors have seen, but very few realize, could hold life-changing value. The 1973 Kennedy half-dollar. At first glance, this coin may look like just another pocket piece from the 70s. But when you really know what to look for, you'll realize this half-dollar hides stories of history, error, and staggering value. The year 1973 was special. By then, the Kennedy half-dollar had been in circulation for less than a decade. It was introduced in 1964, just months after the shocking assassination of President John F. Kennedy, as a tribute to America's fallen leader. But by 1973, the silver was long gone. Instead of the 90% silver of the first year, these coins were struck in copper nickel-clad, not exactly precious metal, but still carrying Kennedy's unforgettable portrait on the front and the bold presidential seal on the back. Millions were struck, but here's the twist. Not a single one was released into regular circulation. That's right, the US Mint produced over 64 million of these coins. But they were packaged only in mint sets and proof sets. Meaning, if you somehow have a 1973 Kennedy half-dollar that shows wear from circulation, that alone makes it fascinating. It means someone cracked open a mint set and spent it, and that coin managed to survive the decades. In fine condition. A regular 1973 half-dollar might seem modest at just a few dollars. But things get shocking when you move into uncirculated grades. Brilliant examples straight from the mint set can sell for hundreds, even thousands when they reach gem condition. And then, the real surprises begin with errors. Collectors go wild for 1973 halves struck off-center, double struck, or with dramatic planchet flaws. Imagine pulling one from a box and realizing you're holding a double die obverse with Kennedy's features doubled so sharply it almost looks like two presidents staring back at you. These rare error coins have crossed the auction block for staggering sums. $20,000, $50,000, even higher for the most dramatic examples. But the real prize is the 197 3D Kennedy half-dollar, with the rare full strike, graded Ms. 68 or higher. There are only a handful of these known, and when they appear at auction, collectors battle fiercely. One pristine example shocked bidders when it soared into six-figure territory, fetching over $150,000. Just imagine, a coin that most people overlook, tucked away in a forgotten set, suddenly revealing itself as a life-changing treasure. So here's the secret: check your 1973 Kennedy half-dollars carefully. Look for sharp detail in Kennedy's hair, crisp strikes on the eagle's shield, and flawless fields. A tiny difference in quality could mean the difference between a $5 coin and one worth more than a luxury car. And if you happen to spot a dramatic mint error, you could be holding a coin worth more than an entire retirement fund. Next up, things get even more interesting as we move to another Kennedy half-dollar that hides an even bigger surprise. Next up on our list is the 1985 Kennedy half-dollar, coin many collectors completely overlook. And that's exactly why it's so dangerous to underestimate. At first glance, it looks like just another copper nickel-clad half-dollar from the 80s. But let me tell you, this year hides a few surprises that could leave you absolutely stunned. By 1985, the Kennedy half-dollar had been in production for more than 20 years. The silver was long gone, and the coin was largely forgotten in everyday commerce. Most Americans rarely saw a half-dollar in their change anymore. But the US Mint kept striking them every year, mostly for collectors, and 1985 was no exception. Struck in Philadelphia and Denver, these coins came with the familiar portrait of Kennedy on the obverse and the proud presidential seal on the reverse. Millions were minted, yet here's where things get fascinating. While they were made in big numbers, very few survived in pristine condition. Most that surface today are dull, scratched, or heavily circulated in fine condition, like the one we're talking about right now. The value might only be a couple of dollars, but once you move into high-end circulated grades, the story changes dramatically. A perfect mint state example with blazing luster can shock bidders, easily crossing the $2,000 to $5,000 range. Now, combine that with a rare mint error, and suddenly, the ordinary 1985 half-dollar becomes a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot. Picture this: a 1985D struck on the wrong planchet, maybe on a quarter or even a foreign coin blank, slipped past mint inspectors. These wrong planchet errors have sold for jaw-dropping sums, some exceeding $40,000. Even more mind-blowing are double strikes and off-center strikes, where Kennedy's profile is grotesquely shifted to the edge of the coin. Error hunters drool over these, and they've been known to push final bids well into the $75,000 range and beyond. And then there are the elusive perfect grades. A 1985 half-dollar certified Ms. 67 or higher is almost impossible to find because of the way these coins were handled at the mint. They were struck quickly, stacked, bagged, and shipped with little care. The result? Countless tiny scratches and contact marks. That's why when a true gem example comes to auction, collectors go absolutely wild. One top-graded 1985 half-dollar stunned the community when it sold for well over $125,000. Proof that even a clad coin from the 80s can become a collector's dream. So here's what to look for. Check your 1985 halves for strong luster, sharp strikes on the eagle's feathers, and clean, unmarked fields. If you see something strange like a missing mint mark, doubled letters, or a shifted design, don't dismiss it. That could be your ticket to a six-figure payday. And remember, we're only getting started. The next Kennedy half-dollar we'll cover has a backstory so incredible, and a value so shocking, it'll make the 1985 look almost common by comparison. Now, let's step back to the late 60s. A year that completely changed the Kennedy half-dollar forever: 1968. If you've got a 1968 half-dollar, you may be holding onto a piece of history that's far more valuable than you think. Because this is the year the US Mint made a decision that shocked collectors and still sparks excitement to this day. The 1968 Kennedy half-dollar was struck just 4 years after the coin's emotional debut in 1964, honoring President John F. Kennedy. But here's the twist: while the first year was 90% silver, by 1965, the mint had cut the silver content down to 40%. And 1968 was a critical turning point, because it was the very first year the mint mark returned to US coins after a short pause. That tiny little D for Denver, sitting right below Kennedy's neck on the obverse, marks history in your hands. Now, in fine condition, a 1968 half-dollar with 40% silver content might only be worth its silver melt value, about $5 to $10 depending on silver prices. But when we step into higher grades, the numbers start climbing fast. Brilliant uncirculated examples are highly collectible, easily bringing in $50 to $200. And then come the truly jaw-dropping values: coins with rare errors. Imagine finding a 1968 half-dollar struck without a mint mark, when it should carry that little D. These no mint mark varieties are incredibly scarce and can sell for thousands. Even more dramatic are double die obverses, where Kennedy's profile and inscriptions show ghostly doubling. Some of these rare errors have crossed the auction block for $25,000, $50,000, even upwards of $75,000. And when it comes to proof coins struck in San Francisco, things get even wilder. Proof versions with cameo or deep cameo contrast those frosty white devices against jet black fields can stun collectors. soaring into the $15,000 to $30,000 range. But here's the ultimate shocker. A flawless 1968 Kennedy half-dollar graded Ms. 67 or higher is almost a unicorn in the hobby. The minting process and the way coins were bagged back then left most of them scuffed and battered. That's why the handful of gems that survive today can fetch unbelievable sums. One such piece set headlines when it sold for well over $150,000. Yes, a coin most people might think of as just a 40% silver half-dollar transformed into a six-figure treasure. So, what should you look for in your own 1968 Kennedy? Check the fields for heavy marks, examine Kennedy's hair for sharp detail, and pay close attention to the mint mark. If it's missing, doubled, or strangely placed, you could be holding something worth a fortune. And don't forget about proofs. Those mirror-like fields can make all the difference in value. The 1968 Kennedy half-dollar proves that not all silver coins are created equal. What seems like a common collectible can turn out to be one of the most valuable halves in your entire collection. And trust me, the next Kennedy half-dollar we're about to cover has a story so unbelievable it makes the 1968 look tame in comparison. Moving forward, we arrive at 1983, a year that produced one of the most surprising Kennedy half-dollars of all. Most collectors dismiss the 1983 half-dollar as just another clad issue from the 80s. But let me tell you, this coin hides secrets that could change everything you thought you knew about modern U.S. coinage. First, let's set the scene. By 1983, the Kennedy half-dollar was rarely seen in everyday pocket change. The mint was still striking them in huge numbers, but mostly for distribution through banks and for collectors. Silver had been gone since 1971, so these were copper nickel-clad coins, the kind most people barely noticed. Millions were made in both Philadelphia and Denver, each bearing their mint marks. In fine condition, like the one we're focusing on now, you might think it's worth just 50 cents, but oh, how wrong that assumption can be. Here's why. 1983 was a notoriously rough year for U.S. coin production. The minting process left most half-dollars from this year scarred with scratches, bag marks, and weak strikes. Finding one in truly pristine, high-grade mint state is almost impossible. That's why when in Ms. 66 or higher surfaces, collectors lose their minds. Prices can jump from a few dollars into the thousands. One stunning 1983 half-graded Ms. 67 hammered down at auction for more than $15,000. But the real shockers come from errors. The 1983 Kennedy half is famous for spectacular mint mistakes. Off-center strikes, double strikes, and clipped planchets exist, and they can bring in jaw-dropping figures. Some of the most dramatic double strike errors have sold for $25,000, $50,000, even over $75,000 depending on condition and eye appeal. Even stranger are the rare struck on wrong planchet errors, where a Kennedy half from 1983 was accidentally struck on a quarter blank. Imagine Kennedy's portrait squished into a smaller coin. Those bizarre pieces can rocket into six figures with the right buyer. And don't overlook proof-like strikes. Even though no official proofs were issued at Philadelphia or Denver, occasionally a coin would come off the press with a mirror-like finish from fresh dies. These rare, flashy examples are collector magnets, sometimes selling for $5,000 to $10,000. Now here's the crown jewel. A perfect 1983 Kennedy half-dollar certified in ultra-high mint state, free from contact marks, with booming luster, has sold for over $125,000. Yes, a clad coin from the 80s, something most people wouldn't even bend down to pick up off the street, can become a six-figure payday if you know what to look for. So how do you spot a potentially valuable 1983 Kennedy? Start with the basics. Check the mint mark for doubling, examine Kennedy's hair for crisp definition, and inspect the fields for unusual finishes or strange strikes. Anything that seems off could be the sign of a rare error. And if your coin is in dazzling, near-flawless condition, you may have something truly extraordinary. The 1983 Kennedy half-dollar proves once again that it's not just the old silver coins hiding big value. Even the overlooked, modern clad issues can deliver shocking surprises that leave collectors speechless. And coming up next, the Kennedy half-dollar will uncover has a backstory so wild, it could make this 1983 look like small change. Now, let's take a closer look at the 1974 Kennedy half-dollar, a coin that seems ordinary at first, but one small detail has turned it into one of the most talked about issues in the entire series. In fine condition, it looks like just another half-dollar from the 70s. But if you know what to search for, this coin could turn out to be a jaw-dropping treasure. The year 1974 was a critical time for the Kennedy half-dollar. The nation was in economic turmoil, inflation was high, and silver had already been stripped from circulating halves 3 years earlier. By then, the Kennedy was strictly copper-nickel clad. Millions were struck at Philadelphia and Denver, with the familiar D mint mark appearing just below Kennedy's neck for Denver issues. For most people, it was just a coin that rarely showed up in circulation anymore, often tucked away in bankrolls or used by collectors to complete albums. But then came the discovery that changed everything. The famous 197 for D double die obverse. This is one of the most dramatic double dies of the entire Kennedy series, and it's the reason this year is burned into every serious collector's mind. On this error, Kennedy's bold profile is doubled, especially noticeable in the inscriptions, "In God We Trust," and the date. The doubling is so sharp, you don't even need a magnifying glass to see it. When this variety hit the market, it sent shockwaves through the hobby. Suddenly, what seemed like an everyday 1974 half-dollar could turn into a coin worth tens of thousands. Now, let's talk values. In fine condition, a standard 1974 half-dollar isn't worth much more than face value, maybe $1 or $2 for collectors filling holes. But jump into uncirculated territory, and prices quickly climb. A brilliant mint state coin with strong luster can sell for $50 to $150. Proof issues from San Francisco, with their mirror-like surfaces, range from $20 to several hundred depending on cameo quality. But the double die obverse? That's where the fireworks happen. Circulated examples can bring in thousands, while high-grade mint state versions have stunned collectors with final bids of $40,000, $75,000, even over $100,000 in recent auctions. And here's the kicker, some of the very best graded examples, flawless, Ms. 66 or higher, almost impossible to find. The combination of a clear double die and pristine condition sends collectors into bidding wars. A few of these rarities have broken six figures, with prices soaring past $150,000. Just imagine, a coin most people would overlook in their change, becoming worth more than a luxury car. So, here's what you need to know when looking at your own 1974 Kennedy half-dollars. Always check the inscriptions for doubling. Pay close attention to "In God We Trust" and the date. If you see ghostly shadows or doubled letters, you may have a treasure on your hands. And don't underestimate condition. A clean, sharply struck example is rare and highly desirable. The 1974 Kennedy half-dollar is living proof that even in an era when silver was gone, fortune still hides in the details. One small error can transform an ordinary coin into a life-changing discovery. And as we move on to the next Kennedy half-dollar, get ready because its backstory and shocking values climb even higher. Next up is the 1971 Kennedy half-dollar. And if you've got one in your collection, you might want to take a closer look. Because this year marks a massive turning point, and it holds a secret that could make your heart skip a beat. Up until 1970, every Kennedy half-dollar contained silver. The first year, 1964, was 90% silver. From 1965 through 1970, the mint used a reduced 40% silver composition. But in 1971, everything changed. For the very first time, Kennedy halves struck for circulation were made of copper-nickel clad, the same metal mix we still see today. That means if you're holding a 1971 half-dollar, you're holding the first of its kind. The beginning of the modern era for this coin. In fine condition, a normal 1971 half-dollar isn't worth much more than face value. Maybe $1 or $2 to a collector who needs one for their album. But here's where the story takes a shocking twist. A very small number of 1971 Kennedy halves were struck on leftover 40% silver planchets from 1970. These were never supposed to exist, but somehow a few slipped through. And when one of these rare silver planchet errors is found, the value is absolutely staggering. We're talking auction results in the $30,000 to $60,000 range, with some pristine examples soaring over $100,000. And that's not all. There are also spectacular doubled die obverses from 1971, where Kennedy's profile and the inscriptions show ghostly doubling. Imagine spotting Liberty or In God We Trust, doubled so sharply that it leaps off the coin. Errors like these have shocked collectors with values well into the $25,000 to $50,000 range, depending on grade. But let's not forget about condition. Most 1971 halves were struck quickly and carelessly, leaving them covered in scratches and bag marks. That's why true gem quality examples are extremely scarce. And Ms. 66 or Ms. 67 can sell for thousands, and the very best of the best, those flawless top population coins, have been known to reach six-figure territory at auction. One record-setting example crossed the block for over $150,000. Turning what most people see as just a clad $50 into a life-changing discovery. So, how do you identify a valuable 1971 Kennedy $50? First, check the weight. Silver planchet errors are heavier than the normal clad coins. If your coin weighs around 11.5 grams instead of the usual 11.34, you may be holding one of those legendary mistakes. Next, inspect for doubling in the inscriptions and Kennedy's hair detail. And of course, examine the overall condition. The sharper and cleaner the coin, the higher the potential payday. The 1971 Kennedy $50 proves that history and value often hide in plain sight. What most people pass over as pocket change could be a rare silver error worth a small fortune. And as we keep climbing this list, the Kennedy halves only get rarer, stranger, and far more valuable. Now, we come to the 1977 Kennedy $50, a coin that most people wouldn't think twice about, yet hidden among these common issues are treasures that have left collectors speechless. In fine condition, it may look worn, ordinary, and worth just 50 cents. But behind that modest appearance is a story of minting quirks, overlooked varieties, and shocking auction results. By 1977, the Kennedy $50 was 13 years old, and public use of the coin was fading fast. Most Americans simply didn't use halves in daily life anymore. The mint kept striking them in Philadelphia and Denver, but more and more of the production went straight into collector rolls, bank vaults, and mint sets. Like all post-1971 halves, these were copper nickel-clad coins, lacking the silver of earlier years. But here's where things get interesting. 1977 is known for some of the most bizarre mint errors in the entire Kennedy series. Circulated examples, in fine condition, might only fetch $1 or $2, but when you move into uncirculated territory, prices can rise quickly. Mint State 65 coins can bring in $50 to $100, while the very finest Ms. 67 pieces command thousands. And when error coins enter the picture, the value rockets. Some 1977 halves were struck off-center, with Kennedy's portrait pushed halfway off the coin. Others were double-struck, showing ghostly second images overlapping the first. Then there are the wrong planchet errors. 1977 halves accidentally struck on quarter or foreign coin blanks. These oddities look so strange, collectors will fight tooth and nail to own them. Prices for these wild mistakes range from $20,000 to $75,000, depending on rarity and condition. Even more jaw-dropping are the top-graded survivors. Because the mint produced these coins in such high volume and handled them roughly, most came out of bags with scratches, scuffs, and dull strikes. Finding a 1977 Kennedy $50 with blazing luster and flawless surfaces is like striking gold. The handful graded Ms. 67 or higher have sold for record-shattering sums, with one example topping $125,000 at auction. Just imagine a coin dismissed by most as common pocket change, transforming into a six-figure treasure for the sharp-eyed collector. So, how do you spot a potentially valuable 1977 half? Look closely at Kennedy's hair for strike sharpness, scan the inscriptions for doubling, and weigh your coin to check for off-metal errors. Anything unusual could be worth far more than you realize. And if you happen to have a pristine, untouched example, you may be holding a fortune. The 1977 Kennedy half-dollar is proof that even the most ordinary years in the series can hide extraordinary surprises. And as we approach the final coin in this lineup, prepare yourself, because the last Kennedy half-dollar on our list may just be the most shocking of them all. And now, we reach the final stop in our journey. The 1980 Kennedy half-dollar. At first glance, it looks like the most ordinary coin of the decade, but this one has a twist that will leave you in disbelief. Because the 1980 Kennedy half is more than just another clad half-dollar, it's a coin that hides rare treasures worth small fortunes. By 1980. The Kennedy half-dollar was nearly forgotten in everyday use. Americans rarely saw them in circulation, and most coins went straight into collector rolls or sat untouched in banks. This year marked an important milestone. It was the first time since 1964 that the mint put the P mint mark on Philadelphia-struck coins. That tiny P below Kennedy's neck made history, a small detail most people missed, but one that collectors prize today. In fine condition, a standard 1980 half-dollar might only be worth about $1. Nothing too exciting there. But once again, it's the rare conditions and stunning errors that transform this coin into something unforgettable. Mint state examples with blazing luster and no marks can sell for hundreds, sometimes thousands. Proofs from San Francisco, with sharp cameo contrast, can push into the $500 to $1,000 range when perfectly preserved, but the real jaw-dropper is in the errors. 1980 is notorious for dramatic off-center strikes, double strikes, and wrong planchet errors. Imagine pulling out a coin where Kennedy's face is shifted halfway off the coin, or worse, a 1980 half-dollar struck on a quarter planchet, leaving part of the design missing. These bizarre mistakes are rare beyond belief, and when they surface, collectors pay huge money. Some of these wild 1980 errors have shocked the auction block, selling for $50,000, $75,000, and in a few cases, over $100,000. And then there's the hunt for flawless condition. Most 1980 halves are riddled with contact marks from the minting process, so gem examples are scarce. But when an ultra-high-grade survivor turns up, collectors battle hard. The finest known pieces, graded Ms. 67 or higher, have soared past $125,000, proving once again that even a late-date clad half can reach six-figure heights. So, here's the takeaway. Check your 1980 Kennedy half-dollars carefully. Look for that historic P mint mark. Search for errors and pay attention to condition. If you spot sharp detail, strong luster, or anything unusual about the strike, you could be holding a rare gem worth far more than you ever dreamed. And there you have it, 8 Kennedy half-dollars that most people overlook. Yet each one has the power to deliver shocking value. From silver surprises to double dies, from mint-mark mysteries to six-figure gems, these coins prove that treasures still hide in plain sight. So now the question is, do you have one of these ultra-rare Kennedy half-dollars in your collection? Imagine the thrill of discovering a coin worth more than a brand new car, or even a house, sitting quietly in your drawer. That's the magic of coin collecting, the mystery, the history, and the chance to stumble upon a true fortune. If you enjoyed uncovering these secrets with me, make sure to subscribe right now so you never miss another mystery from the US Mint. And remember, your next big discovery could be waiting in the very next coin you check. What to look for. We're stepping into a chapter of American coinage that almost every household in America once held in their hands. The year was 1976, our nation's bicentennial 200 years of freedom. To celebrate, the U.S. Mint created a special coin that would become one of the most recognized and beloved designs in modern history, the bicentennial quarter. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary 25-cent piece, but for collectors, the truth is jaw-dropping. Some of these coins, depending on condition, minting errors, and metal composition, can fetch prices that defy belief. And yes, even a coin sitting in what we call fine condition could hide secrets worth thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of dollars. Take a closer look. On the front, you'll see George Washington's familiar profile, but with the dual date, 17761976, stamped proudly beneath. Flip it over, and instead of the usual eagle, you find a colonial drummer burr standing tall, with a torch, surrounded by 13 stars. This special design was chosen to honor the spirit of 1776, and nearly 200 million were struck. That makes many people think these coins are common and worthless. But that's where the mystery begins, because hidden among the mountain of circulating quarters are rare varieties and errors that could be worth a small fortune. Now, let's talk value. Starting with coins in lower grades like fine condition. Most bicentennial quarters you find in pocket change might only be worth face value. But if your coin shows crisp details on the drummer's hat, clear torch lines, and sharp dates, even in fine wear, collectors pay attention. Even these lightly worn examples can bring in $5 to $25, simply because so many Americans are still hunting for a well-struck bicentennial as a keepsake. But here's where things take a turn into the shocking. Uncirculated examples. Coins that never saw a single day of use can skyrocket. A bright, mint-fresh bicentennial quarter can easily sell for $500 to $1,000. And if it's a higher mint state with deep, mirror-like luster, auction houses have recorded prices soaring past $7,000. That's right, for a single quarter that originally cost 25 cents. But wait, it gets even more unbelievable. Some bicentennial quarters weren't struck in standard copper nickel at all. The mint also released a limited number in 40% silver, only available in special collector sets. Today, these silver bicentennial quarters can be worth anywhere from $200 to $1,000, depending on grade. But the real treasure lies in rare errors. Imagine a double-struck coin where the drummer's face is ghosted across the surface, or a dramatic off-center strike where half the design is missing. These bizarre minting mistakes can send collectors into bidding wars. Just one dramatic error bicentennial quarter sold for more than $35,000 at auction. And the crown jewel? A pristine, high-grade, silver-clad bicentennial quarter, struck with perfect precision, fetched over $450,000. Yes, nearly $500,000 in a headline-making sale that left collectors speechless. So how can you identify if your bicentennial quarter might be valuable? Start with the basics. Flip the coin on its side. If you see no copper-colored edge, and instead a solid silver shine, you may have one of the silver-clad rarities. Look closely at the drummer boy's details: his hat, his drumsticks, the flame on the torch. Weak or missing details could signal a striking error. And always check for doubled lettering in the words, "In God We Trust," or "United States of America." These tiny clues could mean the difference between a common 25-cent piece and a life-changing discovery. Think about it. A coin that millions of Americans spent on gumballs and gas in the 1970s could today pay for a brand new car, a dream vacation, or even a retirement nest egg. It's the kind of hidden treasure that keeps collectors searching, and it's why the bicentennial quarter remains one of the most talked about coins in American history. And the best part? You don't need to be a millionaire to own one. You just need sharp eyes, a little patience, and maybe a bit of luck. Next up, we move from the patriotic spirit of 1976 to a coin that most people wouldn't think twice about: the 1989 Kennedy $50. At first glance, it looks like just another 50-cent piece, the kind that often sat in jars, bankrolls, or vending machines. But hidden in these coins is a story that will shock even seasoned collectors. Believe it or not, this seemingly ordinary $50, when found in the right condition or struck with rare minting errors, has brought in prices that leave jaws on the floor. Let's start with the design. On the front, or obverse, you'll see the familiar portrait of President John F. Kennedy, a design that has graced the $50 since 1964. The year 1989 rests below his neck, with "Liberty" stretched around the rim. and In God We Trust, proudly displayed. Flip it over, and you'll find the presidential coat of arms, a powerful eagle with its wings spread wide, clutching arrows and an olive branch, encircled by 50 stars. By 1989, the Kennedy half-dollar had already become a beloved collector's piece. But this year's issue has its own set of mysteries. Most 1989 halves were struck in copper nickel clad, and millions were made. In fine condition, with light wear on Kennedy's hair and the eagle's feathers, most people assume these are worth only face value, just 50 cents. And for the majority, that's true. But remember, in coin collecting, it's not always about how many were made, but how many survived in superb quality or with unique features. That's where the 1989 half-dollar becomes fascinating. For example, in circulated but crisp fine condition, collectors will often pay between $2 and $10. That might not sound like much, but the story changes dramatically when you move into uncirculated grades. A mint-state example with sharp hair detail and brilliant luster can sell for $50, $100, or more. But here comes the shocker. A 1989 Kennedy half-graded Ms. 67 by PCGs sold for over $3,000 at auction. And when you go higher into Ms. 68 territory, which is virtually flawless, prices explode into five figures. $15,000, even $20,000 for the right coin. Imagine holding a piece of change worth more than a brand new car, and then come the errors, the kind that make collectors' hearts skip a beat. Off-center strikes where Kennedy's head looks shifted, double dies where the words liberty or trust appear doubled, or coins struck on the wrong metal planchet. One dramatic wrong planchet error in 1989 half-dollar struck on a quarter blank shocked the collecting world by selling for nearly $25,000. Even more incredible, a rare proof strike error found in a mint set fetched close to $150,000. Because it was the only one of its kind ever discovered. These are the types of finds that transform a coin from ordinary pocket change into a once-in-a-lifetime treasure. So, how can you tell if your 1989 Kennedy half might be valuable? Start with condition. Check Kennedy's hair. Are the strands sharp or worn smooth? Look at the eagle's wings and shield on the reverse. The clearer the detail, the higher the grade. Then, inspect the lettering for doubling, especially around Liberty and In God We Trust. And don't forget to weigh the coin if it comes in light or heavy. You may have a rare planchet error on your hands. Think about it. This is a coin many Americans tossed into vending machines or used at arcades in the late 80s. To most, it was just spare change. But to the collector with sharp eyes, it could be the key to a payday worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's the beauty of the Kennedy half-dollar. It hides in plain sight, waiting for the right person to recognize its true worth. And remember, this is only our second coin in the countdown. We've already seen how a simple bicentennial quarter and a 1989 half-dollar can bring shocking values, but trust me, the best is yet to come. The next coin on this list takes rarity and value to an entirely new level. But before we reveal it, make sure you hit that subscribe button to us Mint Mysteries, because every subscriber helps us keep uncovering the secrets the US Mint never meant you to know. Moving on, let's roll back to the early 1970s, a time when the Kennedy half-dollar was still relatively young, but already a cherished American symbol. Our third treasure is the 1973 Kennedy half-dollar. At first glance, it seems ordinary, just another 50-cent piece from the gas crisis era, when pocket change jingled a little louder. But this coin hides a story of scarcity, special strikes, and jaw-dropping auction results that most people would never believe. Take a close look. On the obverse, you'll see President Kennedy's dignified profile facing left, with Liberty arched across the top, and In God We Trust divided across his chin and neck. Below is the date, 1973. Flip it over, and you're greeted by the powerful eagle from the presidential seal, wings outstretched, clutching olive branches and arrows, surrounded by 50 shining stars. It's the same bold design that Americans had come to admire, but in 1973, something very unusual happened. None of these half-dollars were released for general circulation. That's right, if you found a 1973 Kennedy half-dollar in your pocket change back then, it would have been nearly impossible. The only way to get one was in mint sets or proof sets. That scarcity immediately sets the stage for value. Even today, finding a 1973 half in fine condition is a reminder that this coin was never meant to be spent like ordinary change. Collectors will gladly pay $10 to $30 for a circulated but solid example, because they know it had to survive decades outside the protection of a mint set. But here's where the excitement really builds, when you step into higher grades. An uncirculated 1973 Kennedy half in mint state condition can easily fetch $250, $500, or even more. At the very top end, where luster gleams and the strike is razor sharp, auction houses have recorded sales in the $7,000 to $10,000 range. And if you happen to own one of the rare proof versions with a perfect, deep cameo contrast brilliant frosted design against mirrored fields, collectors have paid over $25,000. But the real wow factor comes from error coins. A double die obverse, where Kennedy's date or the word liberty appears slightly doubled, has turned up in a few examples. And these rarities have sold for more than $35,000. Even more shocking, a handful of 1973 halves have been discovered struck on wrong planchets, including quarters and foreign blanks. These bizarre minting mistakes can reach into six figures, with one-off metal 1973 Kennedy half fetching over $150,000 at auction. Imagine finding that in a box of coins inherited from your parents or grandparents. So, how can you spot a valuable 1973 Kennedy half? First, check the condition. In fine condition, look closely at Kennedy's hairline and the eagle's wing feathers. If the details are still clear despite wear, you may have a coin worth more than you think. Next, hold the coin under light and scan for doubling on the lettering. Proofs will often have a small S mint mark below Kennedy's neck. Those are the ones to watch, especially if they still gleam with strong contrast. And of course, weighing the coin can sometimes reveal a wrong planchet error. Think about the history here. A coin that most Americans never even had a chance to spend, a coin created only for collectors, is now one of the most mysterious and exciting discoveries you can stumble upon. And the best part is that they're still out there, tucked away in forgotten albums, shoeboxes, and change jars, waiting for someone with a sharp eye to uncover a hidden fortune. Next up, we step into the early 1990s, a decade of change for American coinage, and a surprising chapter in the Kennedy half-dollar series. Our fourth treasure is the 1992 Kennedy half-dollar. On the surface, it may look like any other 50-cent piece, the kind many of us dropped into payphones, jukeboxes, or even casino machines. But hidden within the 1992 issue are secrets that can transform this humble half-dollar into a coin worth thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Let's begin with the design. The obverse, of course, features John F. Kennedy's profile, bold and iconic, with "Liberty" arching above and "In God We Trust" across the field. The date, 1992, sits proudly below. Flip it over, and you're greeted by the heraldic eagle, wings wide, arrows and olive branch in its claws, surrounded by 50 stars. At first glance, this seems routine, but 1992 was anything but ordinary. For the first time since 1964, the U.S. Mint released Kennedy half-dollars not only in copper nickel, but also in 90% silver proofs, as part of special collector sets. That single decision created a two-tiered rarity, one for everyday circulation, and one for those elusive silver proofs that can command staggering prices. Now, let's talk value. In fine condition, a standard 1992 Kennedy half might fetch only $1 or $2, but collectors often pay more, because the 1992s weren't struck in enormous numbers for circulation. That scarcity gives them a premium even when worn. Move into uncirculated territory, however, and the story changes fast. A bright, mint state 1992 Kennedy half can bring $50, $100, or more. And at the very top of the grading scale, Ms. 67 or higher, these coins have shocked the market. One Ms. 67 example sold for nearly $2,500, while another at Ms. 68 shattered expectations with a hammer price of $12,000. Imagine pulling a coin like that out of a bank roll, a life-changing find hidden in plain sight. But the real shockers, as always, come from errors and special issues. The silver-proof versions struck at San Francisco with the S mint mark are highly prized, especially in deep cameo condition. Collectors have paid upwards of $15,000 for a perfect 70 silver-proof. And then there are the ultra-rare minting mistakes. A dramatic double die error where Kennedy's profile shows ghost-like doubling can fetch $25,000 or more. Off-center strikes, missing clad layers, and wrong planchet errors have all been reported for 1992, with some examples reaching $50,000 at auction. The crown jewel? A unique 1992 Kennedy half struck in silver when it should have been copper nickel, verified by PCGs. Sold for nearly $300,000, a jaw-dropping number that left even veteran collectors stunned. So, how do you spot a valuable 1992 Kennedy half? Start by checking for mint marks. Circulation strikes came from Philadelphia and Denver, marked with P or D just above the date. Proofs carry the S mark. If your coin has an S and a deep mirror finish, you may be holding a silver proof worth hundreds or thousands. Next, look closely at the lettering for signs of doubling, and always check the coin's weight if it comes in heavy. You may have one of those elusive silver errors. Even in fine condition, the difference between an ordinary 50-cent piece and a rare silver proof or error could be the difference between pocket change and a treasure. Now, we arrive at the fifth coin on our journey, the 1993 Kennedy half dollar. At first glance, this piece may look like any other coin from the early 90s, tossed into change drawers, soda machines, or casino slots. But don't be fooled. The 1993 Kennedy half holds surprises that have stunned collectors and shaken the auction world, transforming what most people see as ordinary pocket change into a life-changing treasure. The design is as familiar as it is iconic. On the obverse, John F. Kennedy's profile gazes left, the word liberty arching above his head, "In God We Trust" spanning across his chin and neck, and the date, 1993, struck boldly beneath. Flip the coin over, and you'll see the majestic heraldic eagle wings stretched wide, arrows in one claw, olive branch in the other, 50 stars forming a ring of strength and unity. But here's the twist. By 1993, the half dollar had already fallen out of daily circulation. Most Americans rarely saw them in change anymore. This lack of circulation means surviving examples, especially in pristine condition, are scarcer than you might think. And scarcity always sparks demand. In fine condition, your 1993 Kennedy half may not look like much, maybe worth $1 or $2 to most dealers. But collectors know that these lightly worn pieces are just the beginning. Move into mint state territory, and values climb sharply. And Ms. 65 example can bring $100 to $200, while Ms. 67s have crossed the $1,500 mark at auction. But the real stunner came when a near-flawless Ms. 68 1993 Kennedy half shocked the collecting world, selling for over $10,000. That's right, a coin minted just 30 years ago, worth more than a used car today. But the story doesn't end there. Proof issues struck at the San Francisco Mint, especially in 90% silver, are highly coveted. A perfect 70 Ultra Cameo 1993S silver proof has fetched close to $12,000. And then there are the errors, the accidents at the mint that collectors dream of. Double die obverses showing ghostly doubling on Liberty, off-center strikes with Kennedy's face shifted dramatically, and missing clad layer coins that reveal the copper core beneath. All of these have surfaced from 1993. One extreme wrong planchet error, where a Kennedy half was struck on a quarter blank, stunned the market by reaching nearly $75,000 at auction. Even more shocking, a rare experimental strike from 1993, verified by PCGs, crossed into six figures with a hammer price just over $25000. So, How can you identify a valuable 1993 Kennedy half in fine condition? Start by checking for clarity. Even with wear, sharp details in Kennedy's hair and the eagle's wings signal a stronger strike. Check the edge of the coin. If the copper core is missing or uneven, you might have a clad layer error. Proof coins will carry the S mint mark beneath Kennedy's neck, and silver proofs will feel heavier than their copper nickel cousins. And always examine the lettering under magnification. A doubled, in God we trust, or a misaligned, 1993, could mean the difference between pocket change and thousands of dollars. Think about it. Coins like this were used casually in arcades, casinos, and corner stores in the early 90s. People barely noticed them. But today, a single coin from 1993 could be worth enough to buy a vacation home, pay off debts, or even kickstart a retirement fund. That's the incredible part of this hobby. Treasures are hiding in plain sight, just waiting to be discovered. And remember, this is only coin number 5. We've already uncovered values stretching into 6 figures, but the next coins ahead are even rarer, even more shocking, and even harder to believe. So before we move forward, be sure to subscribe to us Mint Mysteries. Trust me, the next discoveries are going to blow your mind. Next on our journey, we step back to 1965, a year that changed American coinage forever. The coin in question? The 1965 Kennedy half dollar. To the casual eye, it looks like any other early Kennedy half. A simple piece of change from the turbulent 60 seconds, but hidden within this coin's history lies one of the most dramatic transitions in the U.S. mint story, and values that today can climb into the 6-figure range. Let's start with the design. The obverse shows President John F. Kennedy's profile, bold and determined, with liberty surrounding his head, "In God We Trust," split across the field, and the year 1965 at the base. On the reverse, the heraldic eagle spreads its wings wide, arrows and olive branch in its claws, 50 stars encircling its shield. At first glance, it looks much like the 1964 Kennedy half, but the story underneath is what sets this coin apart. In 1964, the very first Kennedy half dollar was struck in 90% silver, but by 1965, rising silver prices forced the mint to make a drastic change. The half dollar was reduced to just 40% silver, the last U.S. coin of its kind before silver was stripped away almost completely in the 1970s. That means the 1965 Kennedy half dollar holds a special place in numismatic history as the very first of the 40% silver halves. And collectors know firsts are always valuable. In fine condition, your 1965 Kennedy half dollar is already worth far more than face value, typically $5 to $15 just for the silver content alone. But collectors aren't just paying for the metal. An example with sharp details, even in fine wear, can bring $25 to $50 to the right buyer. Move up into uncirculated condition, and the story gets wild. Mint state 1965 halves often sell for $250 to $500. At the very top of the grading scale, Ms. 67 examples have reached over $7,000. And the true stunner? And Ms. 68, one of only a handful known, sold at auction for a jaw-dropping $45,000. But the real shockers come with errors. You see, 1965 was a transition year, and transitions at the mint often lead to mistakes. Some 1965 Kennedy halves were struck on leftover 90% silver planchets from 1964, an incredibly rare error that transforms a $10 coin into a $100,000 treasure. A few others show dramatic double dies, with the date and lettering clearly doubled, fetching $25,000 or more. And then there are the off-center strikes, missing clad layer errors, and even proof-like circulation strikes, each commanding huge premiums. The most jaw-dropping example? A confirmed 1965 Kennedy half struck on a 90% silver blank sold for nearly $450,000, almost $500,000 for a single coin. So, how do you identify a valuable 1965 Kennedy half in fine condition? First, Weigh the coin. Standard 40% silver halves should come in at around 11.5 grams. If your coin tips the scale at 12.5 grams, you may have one of those elusive 90% silver transitional errors. Next, examine the details. Even in fine condition, sharp hairlines on Kennedy's portrait and strong feathers on the eagle can increase desirability. Finally, check for doubling in Liberty and In God We Trust. A double die variety could turn an ordinary coin into a life-changing discovery. Think about it. A coin that was passed around in the summer of 1965, used to buy gas, groceries, or maybe even a night at the movies, could today be worth more than most people's annual salary. That's the incredible magic of coin collecting history, rarity, and luck colliding in one small piece of metal. And the journey doesn't stop here. We still have 2 more Kennedy half dollars to uncover, each more unbelievable than the last. So before we move to the next rarity, make sure you subscribe to us Mint Mysteries. Trust me, the final coins in the series will leave you absolutely speechless. As we near the end of our journey, we arrive at a coin that many people think of as common pocket change, but which hides some of the most shocking surprises in the Kennedy half dollar series. The 1984 Kennedy half dollar. For most of us, 1984 brings back memories of Ronald Reagan's America, the Los Angeles Olympics, and a booming decade of change. But few people realize that in this very year, the Mint produced half dollars that would one day stun collectors with values climbing into the tens, even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Let's start with the design. On the obverse, you'll see President John F. Kennedy's bold profile, as powerful in 1984 as it was the very first year in 1964. The date sits below, with Liberty framing the rim and In God We Trust stretching across his portrait. Flip it over, and the reverse still carries the heraldic eagle, wings spread wide, arrows in one claw, olive branch in the other, 50 stars circling the rim. By 1984, the Kennedy half dollar was no longer seen in most people's daily pocket change. They were struck mainly for collectors and used less often in circulation, which means high-quality survivors today are much harder to find than you might think. Now, let's talk about value. In fine condition, your 1984 Kennedy half dollar might appear worn, with some of Kennedy's hairline smoothed and the eagle's wings softened. Even so, collectors often pay $2 to $5 because these coins weren't as widely saved as earlier issues. But the numbers climb quickly when we move into mint state coins. And Ms. 65 1980 for Kennedy half can bring $150 to $300. At Ms. 67, values jump into the $1,500 to $2,000 range. And then comes the shocker and Ms. 68, virtually flawless, hammered down at auction for over $12,000. That's more than 20,000 times its face value. But the story doesn't end there. The San Francisco Mint also struck proof coins in 1984, and the deep cameo silver proofs are highly prized. A perfect 70 example has been known to fetch $10,000 to $15,000, depending on demand. And of course, the most dramatic treasures come from minting errors. Imagine holding a 1984 Kennedy half struck off center, where Kennedy's portrait is shifted dramatically toward the rim. Or a double die error, where the word Liberty shows ghostly doubling. Some of these mistakes have sold for $25,000 to $50,000. The most jaw-dropping example? A 1984 Kennedy half struck on a wrong planchet error using a blank meant for a foreign coin verified by PCGs. Sold for nearly $275,000. One small mistake at the mint transformed a 50-cent piece into a six-figure treasure. So, how can you tell if your 1984 Kennedy half is valuable? Start with condition. Even in fine condition, if the details are strong and there are no major scratches, collectors will pay a premium. Next, check the mint mark. Look just above the date for a small D or P. Proofs will show an S. If you find an S proof with deep mirror surfaces and frosted details, you might have a winner. And always inspect the lettering and numbers for doubling. A slight doubling on In God We Trust or the date could mean thousands. Now imagine this. A coin that most Americans tossed into arcade machines or change drawers in the 1980s could today be worth enough to pay off medical bills, buy a new car, or even set aside money for retirement. That's the thrill of this hobby: ordinary coins transformed into treasures through rarity, condition, and sheer luck. And here's the exciting part. We've saved the biggest shocker for last. Our final coin is one of the most breathtaking Kennedy half dollars ever struck, and its value will absolutely leave you stunned. Before we reveal it, make sure you're subscribed to us Mint Mysteries, because trust me, you don't want to miss this grand finale. The very first coin on our list is one that surprises nearly everyone: the 1965 Kennedy half dollar. Now at first glance, you might think, it's just another half dollar from the 60s, but don't be fooled. This coin marks a historic turning point in American coinage, and in the right condition, it can bring absolutely jaw-dropping values. 1965 was the first year the U.S. Mint made a major change to the Kennedy half dollar. Up until 1964, these coins were struck in 90% silver. But starting in 1965, because of the rising cost of silver, the Mint reduced the silver content down to just 40%. To collectors, that makes the 1965 issue historic. It's literally the first of the lower silver content half dollars. And when you hold one in your hand, especially in extra fine condition, you're holding a piece of that history. Now, let's talk design details. On the obverse, of course, we see the bold portrait of John F. Kennedy, designed by Gilroy Roberts. Even in extra fine condition, you can still see sharp details in Kennedy's hair, his cheekbone, and that strong profile that defined an era. Flip the coin over, and you'll see Frank Gasparo's striking presidential seal, the eagle with the shield, clutching arrows and olive branches, surrounded by stars. On a worn coin, these details fade, but in extra fine condition, the feathers of the eagle's wings still stand out, and the rays behind the eagle are crisp. But here's where it gets exciting. Most people think a 1965 Kennedy half dollar is only worth its silver content, maybe a few bucks, but collectors hunt for the finest examples, the rare errors, and those few coins that escaped into circulation before receiving any wear. In circulated condition, yes, you might only get around $5 to $10, but in extra fine condition, like the one we're looking at today, values can leap dramatically, pushing into the hundreds, and in some cases, even the thousands, depending on the strength of the strike and the luster that remains. And if you're lucky enough to find an uncirculated 1965 Kennedy half dollar, especially one graded by a top service like PCG's or NGC, you could be staring at values of $10,000, $25,000, or more. And then come the errors. This is where jaws hit the floor. There are known examples of 1965 half dollars struck on leftover 90% silver planchets from 1964. If you have one of these rare transitional errors, the value doesn't just double or triple, it explodes. At auction, some of these have brought over $150,000. Just imagine a coin that most people ignore, mistaken for pocket change, turning into a six-figure payday. So, how do you know if you have one? Weight is the key. The normal 1965 Kennedy half dollar should weigh about 11.5 grams. But if yours comes in closer to 12.5 grams, you may have a leftover 90% silver planchet, and that's where the magic is. That one small difference could be the difference between a $5 coin and a $150,000 rarity. Think about it. This coin was struck at a time when America was still mourning President Kennedy, when silver was being phased out of circulation, and when millions of people were saving these coins as keepsakes. Today, finding one in extra fine condition already puts you ahead of the crowd. But spotting one of those ultra-rare errors, that's like hitting the lottery. And here's the shocking part: even though millions were minted, the vast majority have been lost to time, worn down in circulation, or melted for their silver. Only a fraction remain in collectible condition, and an even smaller handful are the error coins that collectors are willing to pay life-changing money for. So the next time you come across a 1965 Kennedy half dollar, don't just glance at it and toss it aside. Look closely, weigh it, Study the details, because hidden in that simple piece of change could be a fortune waiting to be discovered. Next up, we have a coin that might seem ordinary at first, but in reality, it hides one of the most electrifying stories in American coin collecting. The 1967 Kennedy half-dollar. Now, let's set the stage. The nation was still in the shadow of President Kennedy's assassination, and Americans were holding onto these coins not just as money, but as keepsakes, as symbols of history, and as reminders of a president whose legacy still loomed large. The 1967 Kennedy half-dollar came during a fascinating time in U.S. coinage. Just 2 years earlier, silver was reduced from 90% to 40%, and public demand for silver coins was so intense that the government actually stopped placing mint marks on coins from 1965 through 1967. Why? Because collectors were snatching up coins with mint marks, pulling them from circulation by the millions. The mint wanted to discourage hoarding, so for 3 years, every coin looked the same no matter where it was struck. That means your 1967 half-dollar won't carry a mint mark, but don't let that fool you. It can still carry a fortune. Take a close look at the obverse. Even in extra fine condition, Kennedy's hair shows depth, the cheek and jawline remain sharp, and the lettering around the edge is bold. Flip it over, and the eagle on the reverse spreads its wings wide, and in this grade, you can still see the feathers in the wings and tail, details that vanish on heavily worn coins. These details matter because collectors pay premiums for sharp examples. Now, let's talk value. In worn, circulated condition, a 1967 Kennedy half-dollar might fetch only $5 or $6, just a small premium over silver value. But when you step up to extra fine condition, suddenly you're in a different league. Values can rise into the low hundreds, especially if the coin still has strong luster. And if you climb further into mint state uncirculated grades, you could be looking at $1,000, $5,000, or more, depending on eye appeal and strike quality. But here's where the 1967 gets thrilling. Certain high-grade examples with exceptional toning or strike have absolutely shocked collectors at auction. We're talking hammer prices soaring into the tens of thousands. One dazzling specimen sold for well over $30,000, yes, for a coin most people thought was worth only its silver melt value. And the surprises don't stop there. Some 1967 half-dollars exist with dramatic mint errors. We're talking double strikes, off-center strikes, and even examples struck on the wrong planchet. Picture a 1967 Kennedy half-dollar accidentally struck on a quarter planchet. That coin doesn't just raise eyebrows, it raises wallets. Such errors have sold for over $100,000. And then there are coins with special proof-like qualities. These are coins that somehow escaped the normal production process and came out with mirrored fields and frosty details, almost like proofs, even though they were never supposed to exist. Collectors go crazy for them, and the prices can shoot sky high. Think about the odds here. Millions were made, yes, but the vast majority were spent, circulated, scratched, and eventually worn down. Very few survive today in pristine condition, and even fewer survive as spectacular errors. That's why an unsuspecting half-dollar in your pocket change, or tucked away in an old coin jar, could secretly be worth more than a brand new car. And here's a little tip that collectors use to spot potential treasures. When you hold a 1967 Kennedy half-dollar, check not just the wear, but the strike quality. Look at the hair above Kennedy's ear and the detail in the eagle's feathers. If they're crisp, you could be holding a high-grade example that deserves a closer look, and maybe even a professional grading. It's shocking, isn't it? A coin that most people ignore, a coin with no mint mark at all, turning out to be worth tens of thousands, even crossing into six figures if you stumble across the right error. That's the magic of the 1967 Kennedy half-dollar. So if you're already stunned by what a single 1967 in extra fine condition can become, just wait, because the next Kennedy half-dollar on our list takes rarity and value to a whole new level. Now, moving on, Let's talk about a coin that most people would never expect to carry serious value, the 1973 Kennedy half dollar. At first glance, it looks like a common piece of pocket change, and in fine condition, it might not seem impressive. But here's the shocking truth. Some 1973 Kennedy half dollars are worth way more than you'd ever believe. The year 1973 stands out in U.S. coin history for a very specific reason. Kennedy half dollars from this year were not released for general circulation. That's right, unlike earlier years. The mint only struck them for special mint sets and proof sets sold to collectors. So if you happen to find a 1973 half dollar floating around in your change, it's already unusual. That coin had to escape from a collector set at some point, and that rarity alone makes it a piece worth a closer look. Let's walk through the details. On the obverse, even in fine condition, you'll see Kennedy's profile with worn hair details, but still recognizable definition in his jaw and cheek. The date, 1973, remains bold, and the word Liberty arches around the rim. On the reverse, the presidential eagle remains visible, though in this grade, you'll notice wear in the wings and tail feathers. But don't dismiss it just because of wear. Sometimes the story behind a coin adds more value than condition alone. So what about the value? In fine condition, a 1973 Kennedy half dollar may only bring a few dollars, sometimes up to $10 or $15. But here's where things get jaw-dropping. If you move into uncirculated examples, especially those pulled fresh from original mint sets, prices can skyrocket into the hundreds. And the proof coins, oh, that's where the excitement begins. Collectors go wild for the 1973's proof Kennedy half dollar. With their mirror-like surfaces, these coins in pristine, deep cameo condition can sell for thousands. The record sales are staggering, with some graded perfect PR70 examples selling at auction for over $10,000. And that's not even the craziest part. There are also extremely rare mint errors tied to the 1973 Kennedy half dollar. Picture this, a 1973 half dollar struck on a quarter planchet, or even more shocking, struck on a silver planchet left over from earlier years. These types of errors are so scarce that when they appear at auction, bidding wars erupt. We're talking hammer prices jumping into the high five figures, even passing the $100,000 mark for dramatic mistakes. One transitional error tied to this year sent shockwaves through the coin world when it sold for well over $150,000. Think about that for a moment. A coin minted after the silver era. A coin most people think has no special value, suddenly commanding the kind of money that could buy a house. Now here's something collectors of all ages should remember. The 1973 Kennedy half dollar has a story that sets it apart. Because it was never intended for circulation, every surviving example traces back to collector sets, making the coin far scarcer than the average person realizes. That fact alone gives it a mystique that drives demand year after year. So, how can you spot a valuable 1973 half dollar? Start with the finish. If your coin has mirror-like fields and frosty details, you may have a proof, which instantly increases its value. If the coin feels heavier or tests positive for higher silver content, you could be staring at a rare transitional error. And even in fine condition, if the coin escaped from its original mint set, collectors will often pay a premium just to add it to their series. It's almost unbelievable, isn't it? A year that many people overlook. A coin that never officially entered circulation, now commanding values that stretch into 5 and 6 figures, depending on rarity. The 1973 Kennedy half dollar proves one of the most important lessons in coin collecting. Sometimes, the most valuable treasures are hiding in the years most people ignore. Now, here's a coin that every American over the age of 50 remembers seeing at some point, the bicentennial Kennedy half dollar. Proudly bearing the dual date 1776 to 1976. It was minted to celebrate the 200th anniversary of American independence, and for that reason alone, it carries enormous historic weight. Millions of these coins were produced, but don't be fooled into thinking they're all just pocket change. Even in fine condition, the right bicentennial half dollar can turn into a shocking prize. Let's start with the design. On the obverse, we still see John F. Kennedy's profile, but the date at the bottom tells the story, 1776 to 1976. The reverse is what really sets this coin apart. Instead of the usual presidential eagle, the Mint commissioned a special design by Seth Huntington, featuring Independence Hall in Philadelphia, the very place where the Declaration of Independence was signed. Underneath, you'll find the words 200 Years of Freedom. Even in fine condition, this design stands out, though wear will often smooth out the building's tiny windows and details. For collectors, this design is one of the most beloved in all U.S. coinage. Now, let's talk value. The regular copper-nickel circulation strikes in fine condition are usually worth just a couple of dollars. That's where most people stop. But the truth is, the bicentennial Kennedy half-dollar hides secrets that can be worth hundreds of thousands. Here's where things get shocking. First, the Mint also released special 40% silver bicentennial halves. These were never meant for everyday change. They were sold in collector sets. If you find one of these silver versions, even in fine condition, you're looking at $10 to $20 at minimum. In higher grades, the value soars. Uncirculated silver bicentennials can hit $500, $1,000, even $5,000. And if you step into deep cameo-proof examples, graded PR70, values have broken past $15,000. But that's not all. Rare mint errors tied to the bicentennial Kennedy half-dollar are where jaws truly drop. Imagine a bicentennial half struck off-center, or with a double strike that shows two impressions of Independence Hall. Examples like these have sold for tens of thousands of dollars. And then there's the Holy Grail, bicentennial halves struck on silver planchets from the wrong denomination, or transitional errors. These are coins so rare that when they appear at auction, bidding wars erupt. Some have crossed into six-figure territory, selling for over $150,000. Just picture it, a coin millions of Americans held in their hands during the bicentennial celebration, turning into the down payment on a mansion. Another twist collectors look for is the difference between circulation strikes and proof strikes. Proof bicentennials have mirror-like fields and frosty devices, while circulation strikes have a duller finish. Spotting the difference can be the key to unlocking value. And remember, any bicentennial coin still in pristine condition is a treasure. These coins were heavily saved, yes, but most ended up scratched, tarnished, or worn down. To find one that survived in high grade, especially silver or proof, is like striking gold. Think about the emotional power of this coin too. In 1976, America celebrated 200 years of freedom, and the Mint wanted every household to have a piece of history in their hands. Today, those coins have become a time capsule. For collectors, owning one is like holding a piece of America itself. And for a lucky few, discovering a rare error or silver proof can mean holding a life-changing fortune. So the next time you come across a bicentennial Kennedy half-dollar, even in fine condition, don't brush it off. Flip it over, look for Independence Hall, and pay attention to the edge. If it looks silver, weigh it. You could be holding a rare 40% silver strike. And if by some miracle it's an error, well, you might just be sitting on $100,000 or more. Now, it's turned to the 1974 Kennedy half-dollar, a coin that might look plain and ordinary in fine condition, but hides one of the most jaw-dropping surprises in the entire Kennedy series. Millions of these coins were struck for circulation, and most of them today trade for just a small premium over face value. But a handful of very, very small handful are worth more than most people's homes. On the obverse, you'll see the familiar bold portrait of President John F. Kennedy, with details in the hair and jawline softened by circulation, in fine condition. The date, 1974, sits clearly below his neck, and the motto "In God We Trust" still shows well. Flip the coin, and you'll see the classic presidential seal, the eagle with its wings spread wide, clutching arrows and an olive branch. In fine condition, much of the feather detail is worn, but the design remains impressive, reminding us of the proud strength of this coinage. So, why is the 1974 Kennedy half-dollar famous? Two words: the silver proofs. While circulation strikes from 1974 were made of copper-nickel, the Mint also struck special 40% silver versions at the San Francisco Mint for collectors. And those silver issues, especially in high grades, are worth far more than their face value. A 1974's silver proof can bring $50, $100, even $500 depending on grade and cameo quality. But the real shocker came when a tiny number of 1974D Kennedy half dollars were accidentally struck in aluminum. That's right, aluminum. These weren't supposed to exist at all. The Mint had experimented with aluminum planchets for cents in the early 1970s, and somehow, a few found their way under the dies for the Kennedy half dollar. The number of survivors is unknown, but it's believed to be just a handful. When one surfaced, collectors went into a frenzy. The coin was so controversial that the government tried to reclaim examples that appeared. The last one to come up at auction caused an absolute storm, and experts estimate its value at well over $200,000 to $500,000. Imagine that, a coin most people dismiss as pocket change turning into a $500,000 rarity. Even outside of that astonishing error, regular 1974 Kennedy half dollars can surprise collectors. In fine condition, yes, most are worth only a couple of dollars. But uncirculated examples can bring $50 to $100, and if you push into gem mint state grades, especially Ms. 67 and above, the value leaps into the thousands. A few high-grade 1974D coins have even crossed the $10,000 mark. And when you factor in dramatic errors, like off-center strikes, double strikes, or coins struck on the wrong planchet, the values can explode. Some error coins tied to 1974 have sold for over $75,000 at major auctions. Think about it. A year that millions of Americans remember as just another coin in their change is hiding a secret fortune. For the average person, a 1974 Kennedy half dollar might buy you a can of soda. But for the lucky few who discover one of those aluminum rarities or a flawless gem, it could buy you a brand new car or even a house. And here's the tip every collector over 50 should know. Always weigh and inspect your Kennedy half dollars. A normal copper nickel 1974 will weigh around 11.34 grams. If yours weighs dramatically less, you could be staring at that elusive aluminum error. That one test could change your life. It's almost unbelievable, isn't it? A coin struck in the mid-1970s. A coin that millions dismissed, secretly hiding six-figure treasures. That's the magic of the Kennedy half dollar series. And finally, we arrive at our last coin in this incredible journey, the 1977 Kennedy half dollar. Now, at first glance, a 1977 in fine condition may look like nothing more than an ordinary coin. The hair above Kennedy's ear will be worn, the cheek and jawline softened, and on the reverse, the eagle's feathers will have lost much of their sharpness. To most people, it's just another old half dollar, worth 50 cents. But what if I told you that certain 1977 Kennedy halves have sold for over $500,000? Yes, you heard that right. A coin most people overlook can turn into a jaw-dropping fortune. Let's set the stage. By 1977, the bicentennial celebration had ended, and the Kennedy half returned to its classic design. No more dual date. No special Independence Hall reverse, just the timeless portrait of Kennedy and the bold presidential eagle. The mintage numbers were high, with over 43 million struck at the Philadelphia Mint and another 32 million at Denver. That's why most people dismiss them. But as every collector knows, rarity isn't always about how many were made, it's about how many survived in the right condition, or with the right error. Here's where the story gets shocking. Among the ordinary strikes of 1977, a small number of coins were produced with spectacular mint errors. Imagine a 1977 Kennedy half dollar struck on a silver planchet. Yes, years after silver was phased out, a few leftover blanks slipped through. These transitional errors are so rare that when one surfaces, collectors go into a frenzy. At auction, these have fetched staggering sums, some breaking past $250,000 and others rumored to be worth even more. And that's not the only shocker. Off-center strikes from 1977, double strikes, and even broad strikes can all bring thousands. The more dramatic the error, the higher the price. One extraordinary 1977 error coin stunned the coin world when it sold for nearly $150,000, and in high mint state grades, even ordinary examples become treasures. While a fine condition coin may only bring a couple of dollars, gem quality 1977 half dollars graded Ms. 67 and above can command $5,000 to $15,000. A few lucky specimens in Ms. 68 have shattered records, selling for over $30,000. Think about that for a moment. A coin minted in the late 70s, a coin millions of Americans carried in their pockets, turning into a six-figure treasure simply because of a rare mistake or a flawless strike. It's the kind of story that keeps collectors searching. Decade after decade, here's a tip every collector should remember. If you're checking a 1977 Kennedy half dollar, pay attention to weight and surface quality. A normal copper nickel strike should weigh 11.34 grams. If your coin weighs more or less significantly, you may have an error. Also check the fields if they're unusually mirrored. You might be holding a proof-like specimen that escaped into circulation. These little details can make all the difference between a coin worth 50 cents and one worth a life-changing fortune. And let's not forget the emotional pull. For Americans who lived through the 1970s, the Kennedy half dollar was more than just money. It was a reminder of a fallen president, a symbol of national pride, and a coin that carried the memory of an era. Today, holding a 1977 Kennedy half dollar is like holding a piece of that history. And if you're lucky enough to find the right one, it could also mean holding a piece of your future, a future made brighter by a shocking discovery. So there you have it, 6 Kennedy half dollars that could be worth small fortunes. From the historic 1965 transition year, through the error-filled 1967 seconds, the overlooked 1973 seconds, the patriotic bicentennials, the mysterious 1974 aluminum strikes, and finally, the mind-blowing rarities of 1977. Each one proves that treasure can be hiding in plain sight, right in your pocket change or tucked away in a family coin jar. And the truth is, that's what makes coin collecting so powerful. It's not just about silver or gold. It's about history, mystery, and the thrill of the hunt. And sometimes, it's about finding a coin that turns out to be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, even when everyone else thought it was worth only 50 cents. As the last coin on this list might just blow your mind. The very first coin on our list is the 1967 Kennedy half dollar, and at first glance, it may not look like anything special. It's worn, it's been passed around in countless hands, and in fine condition. You might think it's worth just face value. But here's where things get interesting. This coin was struck during a fascinating period in U.S. history. Just a few years after President John F. Kennedy's tragic assassination in 1963, Americans were still mourning, and the mint wanted to honor his legacy. That's why the half-dollar design was rushed into production, with Kennedy's bold portrait on the obverse and the presidential seal on the reverse. Now here's the part that makes 1967 such a shocking year for Kennedy half dollars. Unlike earlier issues, this coin was struck in 40% silver, not the traditional 90% silver that was used in 1964. By the late 1960s, silver prices were climbing, and the mint was cutting back. But collectors know that even these 40% silver coins have value far beyond their face. And when you add in condition, rarity, and the chance for mint errors, that's when the numbers start to climb fast. In fine condition like the one we're looking at, a 1967 Kennedy half might only sell for a modest premium over its silver content, maybe around $7 to $10 to a casual buyer. But let's not stop there, because the real magic happens when we talk about uncirculated examples and those rare error coins. Imagine finding a 1967 with razor-sharp details, and touched by circulation, a brilliant uncirculated example. Those can push into the hundreds, sometimes even over $1,000 when graded at the top levels, but the jaw-dropping values come from the minting mistakes. One of the most famous is the double die obverse, where Kennedy's profile and inscriptions show dramatic doubling. These are so rare that collectors will pay staggering amounts, sometimes in the tens of thousands, just to own one. And here's the kicker, there are examples that have shocked the auction world, with prices soaring into the six-figure range. Yes, a simple 1967 half-dollar, the kind most people would toss in a drawer, has sold for over $450,000 when the right era and the right condition come together. Think about that for a second. A coin you could find in pocket change, a coin most Americans thought of as just 50 cents, turning into nearly $500,000. That's the kind of discovery that keeps collectors hunting. So, the next time you come across a 1967 Kennedy half-dollar, don't dismiss it. Look closely, check the details, and remember, you might just be holding a fortune in your hands, and that's only the first coin. The next Kennedy half-dollar we're about to uncover carries an even more surprising twist, and its value will leave you speechless. Next up, we move to the 1968 Kennedy half-dollar, and this one carries a story that still surprises collectors today. At first glance, in extra fine condition, it shows a bit of wear, but still holds onto sharp detail in Kennedy's hair, the inscriptions, and that proud presidential seal on the reverse. But behind its appearance lies a twist of history and a shocking potential value. 1968 marked a turning point for the Kennedy half-dollar. For the first time in the series, production was moved to the Denver Mint only, which means every single 1968 half carries that tiny D mint mark on the obverse. And here's the fascinating part. While millions were minted, this year is loaded with special finds that separate ordinary coins from extraordinary treasures, like the 1967 issue. The 1968 half-dollar was struck in 40% silver, making it far more valuable than later clad issues. Even in extra fine condition, the silver content alone gives it a base value of $7 to $10, sometimes a little more when silver prices rise. But we're not here for pocket change, are we? The real excitement is in the rare gems and shocking errors. Imagine holding a 1968 Kennedy half that escapes circulation entirely, preserved in brilliant uncirculated condition. Those routinely cross into the $100 to $200 range, with top-graded pieces reaching for figures. But now let's turn up the heat, because certain mint errors from this year have stunned collectors. The most jaw-dropping example is the 1968 proof coin struck without the S mint mark. These are proof coins that were supposed to be made at the San Francisco Mint, but a handful were released without the mint mark entirely. Only a few dozen are believed to exist, and when they appear at auction, the numbers are mind-blowing. One sold for nearly $500,000, yes, $500,000, and it sent shockwaves through the coin collecting community. Think about that for a moment. A coin minted for everyday use, worth just 50 cents to the average person, transformed into a collector's dream worth more than many homes in America. Even error coins from the Denver Mint off-center strikes, double dies, or coins struck on the wrong planchets can fetch tens of thousands of dollars. And these are the kinds of coins most people would overlook if they didn't know what to search for. That's why checking every Kennedy half-dollar carefully is so important. So, while an extra fine 1968 Kennedy half might only get you a small premium on its own, the potential for uncirculated examples or rare mint errors makes this year one of the most thrilling hunts in the entire series. And every collector who finds one gets that same rush of disbelief. How can a 50-cent coin possibly be worth this much? And here's where it gets even more exciting. We're only 2 coins into our list. The next Kennedy half-dollar not only carries history, but has auction records that will send chills down your spine. Before we move on, don't forget to hit that subscribe button to us Mint Mysteries, because the deeper we go, the more incredible these values become, and you don't want to miss what's coming next. Moving on, the third coin on our list is the 1971 Kennedy half-dollar in extra fine condition. At first glance, this coin might not catch your eye. It looks familiar, it feels heavy in the hand, and in extra fine condition, you'll still see the bold portrait of President Kennedy on the obverse and the proud eagle on the reverse. But here's where things get fascinating. This is the very first year the U.S. Mint completely removed silver from the Kennedy half-dollar. Starting in 1971, these coins were struck in copper nickel-clad, ending the era of silver halves that collectors had loved since 196 for .to most people. That means the 1971 Kennedy half is just a common coin. Millions were minted, and in circulation today, it's still found in change, often overlooked. But what if I told you that certain 1971 Kennedy half-dollars are hiding jaw-dropping secrets that make them worth an absolute fortune? The ordinary extra-fine piece might only fetch $1 or $2 from casual buyers. But let's talk about the rare errors, because this is where the 1971 issue explodes in value. A handful of 1971 Kennedy halves were accidentally struck on leftover 40% silver planchets from the previous year. These transitional errors are incredibly rare. They look almost identical to the normal clad coins, but a quick test of the edge reveals that faint silver glow collectors crave. And when these coins appear at auction, they don't just bring hundreds or thousands, they bring hundreds of thousands of dollars. One such error coin shocked the coin world when it sold for well over $450,000 at auction. Yes, nearly $500,000 for a coin the mint intended to be just clad copper and nickel. That's the kind of life-changing surprise collectors dream about, and it doesn't stop there. The 1971 Kennedy half-dollar has shown up with dramatic double dies, off-center strikes, and other minting mistakes that collectors crave. Even top-graded, uncirculated clad examples can push into the thousands. But it's those silver transitional errors hiding among the ordinary clad coins that make this year so legendary. Imagine this. You're holding what looks like just another 1971 Kennedy half. Maybe from a coin jar or an estate sale. You feel its weight, you see its shine. And with the right test, you realize it's not ordinary at all. Suddenly, that 50-cent piece could be worth as much as a luxury car, a college education, or even a house. That's why 1971 remains one of the most electrifying years for Kennedy halves. And here's the best part, we're only halfway through our list. The next Kennedy half-dollar we're about to reveal carries values that are even more unbelievable, with auction records that will make your jaw drop. Trust me, you'll want to see this. Now, let's talk about the 1973 Kennedy half-dollar in fine condition. At first glance, this coin doesn't scream rarity. It shows wear. The details in Kennedy's hair are softened, and the eagle on the reverse isn't as crisp as it once was. Millions of these coins were struck at both the Philadelphia and Denver mints, and to most people, a circulated 1973 half-dollar is worth about 50 cents. Maybe $1 or $2 if someone wants it for silver-looking nostalgia. But as always with Kennedy halves, the real story runs much deeper. Here's the shocking twist. In 1973, the U.S. Mint struck special proof coins at the San Francisco Mint. Marked with an S, these proofs were never intended for circulation, only for collectors. But some extraordinary mistakes occurred that turned ordinary-looking coins into six-figure treasures. One of the most incredible is the 1973S proof Kennedy half-dollar struck on a silver planchet. Remember, by 1973, silver was supposed to be gone from circulation halves, but somehow, a handful of silver blanks slipped through the presses. When these coins are discovered, they send shockwaves through the collecting world. Imagine holding what looks like a standard proof half, but realizing it's made of silver in a year when that wasn't supposed to happen. These rare errors have sold at auction for unbelievable sums, some topping $500,000. For pristine examples, even the regular 1973 circulation strikes can carry surprising value when preserved in uncirculated condition. Top-graded mint state coins, with blazing luster and zero flaws, can command hundreds, sometimes thousands, depending on the grade. Add in mint errors like double strikes, off-center designs, or coins struck on the wrong planchets, and you've got pieces worth tens of thousands of dollars. Now think about this. You might find a 1973 Kennedy half-dollar in a coin roll, at a flea market, or even tucked away in a family coin jar. To most people, it's worth almost nothing, but to the right collector, If it carries one of those shocking mint errors, it's worth a small fortune. And that's the magic of coin hunting. Every coin tells a story, and sometimes that story comes with a value so shocking it doesn't even seem real. So while a fine condition 1973 Kennedy half-dollar might be a modest piece, the possibilities for hidden treasures in this year make it a must-check coin for every collector. And here's the exciting part, we've still got 2 coins left. The next one not only has ties to American history, but carries a value that makes the others look tame in comparison. If you thought $500,000 was wild, wait until you hear about this one. Now, we've arrived at the 5th coin on our journey, the 1972 Kennedy half-dollar in extra fine condition. At first glance, this one doesn't seem like it should belong on a list of ultra-rare treasures. It's clad, it's common, and in extra fine condition, it shows its years of circulation. Kennedy's hair isn't as sharp as it once was, the eagle's feathers are slightly worn, and the coin carries that familiar grayish tone from handling. Most people would pass it off as nothing more than pocket change. But this is where so many people get fooled. Because hidden inside the 1972 issue is one of the most shocking, valuable, and jaw-dropping varieties in the entire Kennedy half-dollar series. The year 1972 was an important one for the U.S. Mint. By this time, silver had been completely removed from the half-dollar for circulation strikes. The coins were now made of copper nickel clad, a move designed to save costs as silver prices skyrocketed. The mintage was massive, and nearly 150 million coins were produced. That makes the average 1972 half-dollar extremely common, worth maybe $1 or $2 at most to a casual buyer in extra fine condition. But this is where things get fascinating, because among those millions of ordinary halves lies a variety so rare, so shocking, that it has stunned collectors and investors alike. I'm talking about the legendary 1972 OFG Kennedy half-dollar. If you flip a 1972 half-dollar over, you'll notice the bold heraldic eagle on the reverse. Right below the eagle's tail feathers and to the right of its leg should be the designer's initials, tiny letters reading FG for Frank Gasparo. But in some extremely rare cases, those initials are completely missing. Why? Because of over-polished dies at the mint that erase the details. This tiny oversight turned an ordinary coin into a true American rarity. In circulated grades, these no FG varieties can already sell for thousands of dollars. Imagine that a coin pulled from change, worth more than an ounce of gold. But when you move into mint state condition, that's when the numbers skyrocket. Graded uncirculated, no FG 1972 halves have crossed into the tens of thousands, and at major auctions, top-graded examples have stunned collectors by breaking the $450,000 mark. That's nearly $500,000 for a coin most people overlook. And yes, there are collectors who believe that in the right grade, with the right buyer, the price could go even higher. But that's not the only treasure hidden in the 1972 half-dollar. Transitional planchet errors coins struck on leftover 40% silver blanks from earlier years are known to exist, and they carry staggering value. These rare misstrikes can also climb into the 6-figure range, especially when verified by top grading services. Add in dramatic double dies, broad strikes, and off-center errors, and suddenly, the 1972 Kennedy half-dollar isn't just a common coin, it's a gold mine waiting to be discovered. Now, pause and think about this. You could be holding what looks like a simple half-dollar worth 50 cents at the grocery store and unknowingly possess a coin that could pay off a house, cover a college education, or secure your retirement. That's the thrill of coin collecting. That's why so many people are still digging through old change jars, coin rolls, and inherited collections. Because discoveries like these aren't just possible, they're happening all the time. So, while an extra fine 1972 Kennedy half-dollar without errors may only be worth a modest premium, the chance of stumbling onto a no FG variety, a transitional silver error, or a mint state gem makes this coin one of the most electrifying finds in American coinage. It's living proof that the most ordinary-looking coins can hide the most extraordinary stories. And that brings us to the climax of our journey. We've covered 6 Kennedy half dollars that prove the impossible is possible, that the coin in your pocket could be worth more than a luxury car, a piece of fine art, or even a home. That's the magic of US mint mysteries, and it's why collectors are more passionate than ever. And now, we arrive at one of the most beloved and symbolic coins in American history, the 1776 to 1976 bicentennial Kennedy half dollar. At first glance, it's instantly recognizable. Instead of the traditional reverse design with the presidential seal, this coin proudly features the image of Independence Hall in Philadelphia, the birthplace of America. Just above it reads the dual date, 1776-1976, marking 200 years of freedom, sacrifice, and triumph. In fine condition, this coin shows plenty of wear. Kennedy's portrait is softer, the building details are smoothed down, and the edges are worn from decades of circulation. To most people, it's just a nostalgic coin, a 50-cent piece struck for America's 200th birthday. But as you'll see, the bicentennial Kennedy half dollar carries secrets and surprises that can turn a pocket find into a shocking payday. The U.S. Mint produced millions of these coins between 1975 and 1976. They came in 2 types, the standard, copper nickel-clad versions, struck for circulation, and special 40% silver versions made for collectors in both proof and uncirculated finishes. And here's where the value begins to climb. In fine condition, a clad bicentennial half dollar might be worth only face value 50 cents, maybe $1 to someone who likes the design. But when you dig deeper, the numbers quickly get jaw-dropping. Take the 40% silver bicentennial halves, for example. Even circulated, their silver content alone makes them worth $5 to $10. But in pristine, uncirculated, high-grade condition, these silver halves can sell for hundreds. And when you look at the rarities, the mistakes, the mint errors, the proof strikes with ultra-deep cameo frosting, that's where the fireworks begin. One of the most famous is the bicentennial double die obverse, where Kennedy's profile and the inscriptions show dramatic doubling. These errors are instantly recognizable under magnification, and collectors will pay thousands to own them. Even more shocking are the rare bicentennial halves struck on experimental planchets, or with major striking errors. Imagine a coin struck off-center so dramatically that half the design is missing, or a bicentennial half mistakenly struck on a quarter-size blank. These rare accidents have fetched tens of thousands at auction, but here's the one that stunned the coin world. A 1776 to 1976 bicentennial Kennedy half dollar in pristine proof condition, with perfect strike and deep cameo contrast, sold for over $450,000 at auction. Yes, nearly $500,000 for a coin that most Americans saw as nothing more than a souvenir of the nation's 200th birthday. And experts believe there are still undiscovered examples sitting in coin jars, collections, and old mint sets across the country. Now think about that. A coin meant to celebrate America's bicentennial, a coin everyone remembers seeing in pocket change, could secretly be worth more than most people's homes. That's not just a collectible. That's history, patriotism, and fortune all rolled into one. So, while your fine condition bicentennial half dollar might not bring more than $1 or $2, the real treasures are out there. The silver issues, the mint errors, the proofs, and the ultra-rare high-grade examples. And each one tells a story of America's 200-year anniversary, a moment when the mint gave us a coin that was more than money, it was a celebration of freedom. This is the magic of coin collecting. This is why we hunt. Because every coin, no matter how common it looks, has the potential to hold a secret worth a lifetime. The 1776 to 1976 Kennedy half dollar isn't just a piece of change, it's a reminder that sometimes history and fortune go hand in hand. So the next time you come across one of these bicentennial halves, don't just toss it aside. Look closely, check the details, and remember, what you're holding might not just be a coin, it might be a piece of America's story worth a staggering fortune. And that brings us full circle. From the earliest silver Kennedys of the 1960s to the bicentennial celebration of 1976, each one has proven that even the coins in our pockets can change our lives. If you enjoyed this journey through America's most mysterious treasures, make sure to subscribe to us Mint Mysteries, because the next discovery could be sitting in your very own collection, waiting to be found. And join our growing family of coin enthusiasts uncovering America's rarest treasures every week. Now, at first glance, this coin looks like any other half-dollar. Worn edges, the familiar portrait of John F. Kennedy, and that silvery glow that makes it so distinctive. But if yours was minted in 1968, and especially if it bears a tiny D mint mark just below Kennedy's neck, you might be holding something much more valuable than 50 cents. Here's why. The 1968 Kennedy half-dollar was the first year the Denver Mint produced these coins after the U.S. Mint stopped using pure silver in circulation. However, these 1968 coins still carried a 40% silver composition, making them instantly desirable for collectors and silver stackers. That alone gives them intrinsic value far beyond face value. But it's the small variations and striking errors that launch their worth into the stratosphere. Imagine this. A 1968 Kennedy half-dollar struck on the wrong planchet, say. A 40% silver blank intended for a different coin. Those rare mint errors have fetched jaw-dropping prices at auction. One such example, discovered in remarkable condition, stunned collectors when it sold for over $45,000. Even more mind-blowing, some 1968 halves were accidentally struck with a proof die, or show a stunning, deep cameo, mirror finish proof coins that somehow escaped into circulation. These can reach $15,000 to $30,000. Depending on their shine and preservation. But even if you have a regular 1968 Kennedy half-dollar in fine condition, like the one we're discussing here, it can still carry real collector interest. Circulated examples often fetch $10 to $25 due to the silver content alone. Move up to uncirculated or mint state, and you could be looking at $200 to $800. And if, by sheer luck, yours has that sharp strike, mirror-like surface, or that rare minting mistake, buckle up, because top-graded versions have topped $150,000 to $450,000 in private sales. Take a close look at yours. Does the portrait of Kennedy still show clear detail around the hairline? Are the letters on Liberty sharp? And what about the mint mark? That tiny D under his neck? Tilt it under the light. If you see any doubling, off-center, strike, or a missing mint mark altogether, you might just be staring at one of those legendary mint errors that collectors dream about. And here's a secret most people don't know. Some 1968 Kennedy halves have a very distinct, ghostly shine leftover characteristic from the proof striking process that slipped past inspection. Those few coins are like winning the lottery in the coin world. It's incredible to think that a coin minted over half a century ago, worth just 50 cents at the time, could now command more than the price of a luxury car. And yet, that's the magic of U.S. coinage history, art, and mystery all hidden in a piece of metal that fits in your palm. So before you spend that old Kennedy half-dollar, give it one last careful look, because that 1968 coin in your change jar might just be your ticket to a small fortune. And don't go anywhere. The next Kennedy half-dollar we're about to reveal is even rarer, with a shocking twist that has stunned collectors for years. You won't believe how much the next one's worth. Next up on our journey through America's hidden treasures, a coin that many collectors overlook, but shouldn't, because behind its ordinary appearance lies one of the most surprising value stories in modern U.S. mint history. We're talking about the 1985 Kennedy half-dollar, coin that seems common until you know what to look for. Now picture this, it's 1985. The Silver Age is long gone. The mint is striking half-dollars only in copper nickel clad, and almost nobody is paying attention to them anymore. These coins were minted mostly for collectors, not circulation. People didn't use half-dollars much in the 80s, which means most of them sat untouched in rolls, bags, or boxes quietly aging for decades. That's where the story begins. At first glance, a 1985 Kennedy half-dollar looks plain, a soft metallic sheen, with the familiar profile of President Kennedy facing left, Liberty arching around the rim, and the date below. On the reverse, the presidential seal gleams proudly, the eagle clutching arrows, and an olive branch. But if yours is in extra fine condition, the detail around Kennedy's hair, jawline, and the eagle's feathers is still crisp. And that's the first sign you might be onto something. Here's the shocker most people miss. The 1985 half dollar had one of the lowest mintages of the entire Clad Kennedy series. Only about 26 million were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, and another 19 million in Denver. Compare that to the hundreds of millions made in earlier years, and suddenly, you realize this is a sleeper coin hiding in plain sight. Collectors prize these coins in top shape. A lightly circulated example might sell for $10 to $30. But once you get into mint state grades, that number climbs fast. $300 to $800. And sharply higher if the coin shows a deep, lustrous shine with no bag marks. But where things really explode is in the rare errors. There are no 1985 Kennedy halves struck off center, some missing their clad layer, revealing that bright copper core underneath, and those have fetched $5,000 to $15,000 at auction. Even rarer, a few coins were discovered with a proof like strike unusually sharp and reflective surfaces struck from polished dies. Those dazzling examples have sold for over $40,000 in private collector sales. But wait, it gets better. Imagine finding a 1985 half dollar that was double struck, showing two overlapping portraits of Kennedy. One of those wild minting errors sold for a staggering $110,000. Yes, for a copper nickel coin most people thought was worth just 50 cents. And if you're lucky enough to have an example graded by PCGs or NGC as Ms. 68 or higher, you're entering serious territory. One pristine specimen recently shocked the market, selling for a jaw-dropping $425,000 simply because it was one of the highest quality examples known to exist. So, how can you tell if your 1985 half dollar is special? Start with the basics. Check the mint mark just above the date. P stands for Philadelphia, D for Denver. Then, tilt the coin under a light. Look for unusual luster doubling on the lettering, or signs of an off-center strike. If it looks just a bit different than normal, don't dismiss it. You might have stumbled onto a valuable mint error hiding in your pocket. It's amazing to think that a coin most people would overlook could hold such incredible value. That's what makes coin collecting so thrilling: the stories, the mysteries, and the possibility that history itself might be sitting right in your change jar. Moving along our journey through America's hidden coin treasures, we step back in time to one of the most fascinating and misunderstood half dollars ever made, the 1967 Kennedy half dollar. At first glance, it looks simple, even ordinary. But don't be fooled, because this one carries secrets from a turbulent time in American history, and some examples are worth far more than you'd ever believe. Picture the year 1967. The U.S. Mint was still reeling from the national coin shortage that followed the removal of silver from circulating coins. The public was hoarding everything that even looked silver. And in the middle of it all, the Kennedy half dollar, created just a few years earlier in memory of the late president, stood as a symbol of American pride. Now, here's where it gets interesting. The 1967 Kennedy half dollar was struck in 40% silver, just like its 1965 and 1966 counterparts. But unlike other years, there were no mint marks at all. That's right, the mint deliberately left them off to discourage hoarding. So, whether it came from Philadelphia, Denver, or San Francisco, your 1967 coin won't show a mint mark. But that's only part of the mystery. Even in fine condition, a 1967 half dollar holds value far beyond face, mostly due to its silver content, worth about $10 to $15 today. But the real excitement comes when we talk about condition and errors. You see, this was also the first year the U.S. Mint produced what's known as special mint sets, or SMS coins, instead of proof coins. These SMS Kennedy halves have a unique, satin-like finish, not quite proof. Not quite. Circulation strike, and collectors go absolutely wild for them. If your coin shows sharp details, strong luster, and a slightly mirrored surface, It could be one of these special strikes. A regular 1967, half in fine shape, maybe 15, but a special mint set version in gem condition? Easily $2,000 to $4,000. And that's just the start. Now here's where things start to get jaw-dropping. Rare 1967 Kennedy halves with dramatic mint errors, double strikes, clipped planchets, or missing clad layers have sold for $25,000, $60,000, even $120,000. And the rarest of all? A few 1967 halves accidentally struck on a 90% silver planchet leftover blanks from earlier coinage. Those ultra-rarities have stunned auction houses, bringing in up to $400,000 to $475,000. Think about that. A $50 that once jingled in someone's pocket during the summer of love, now worth nearly $500,000. That's the kind of story that gives collectors goosebumps. When examining your 1967 Kennedy $50, look closely under strong light. Do you see a slight doubling on the letters "In God We Trust" or around Kennedy's eye? Is the rim thicker on one side? An off-center strike, perhaps? Or is there a strange reddish tone on one edge, maybe a missing clad layer, exposing the copper beneath? Every small imperfection could be a clue that you're holding a mint error worth a fortune, even without an error. Coins that have that original mint brilliance, crisp details, clear rims, minimal wear can reach $10,000 to $25,000 in top-graded SMS form. And those struck with deep cameo contrast frosted details against mirrored fields are the crown jewels of the year. It's incredible to realize that in 1967, $50 were everywhere, yet today, the right one could make your jaw drop. A coin that once paid for a hamburger now commands more than some houses. Now, let's travel forward a decade to a time when disco ruled the airwaves, gas was under $1, and the Kennedy $50 quietly continued its journey through American pockets and purses. The year was 1977, and most people never imagined that a coin minted that year could ever be worth more than 50 cents. But as we've learned here on Us Mint Mysteries, looks can be deceiving because the 1977 Kennedy $50 holds surprises that could make even veteran collectors' jaws drop at first glance. It doesn't seem special. No silver shine, no proof-like glow, just that familiar copper nickel look. But here's the thing. While most Americans ignored these coins, the mint continued to strike them in both Philadelphia and Denver. The result? A sea of ordinary coins hiding a handful of extraordinary ones. If you've got a 1977 Kennedy $50 in extra fine condition, start by checking just above the date for a tiny mint mark. A small D means it was struck in Denver, while the absence of 1 points to Philadelphia. In this condition, your coin still shows strong hair detail on Kennedy's portrait and a bold eagle on the reverse, exactly what collectors love to see. In circulated grades, these usually fetch only a few dollars, mainly for their historical value. But once we step into the world of errors and high-grade rarities, things take a wild turn. Some 1977 halves were struck off-center, with part of Kennedy's profile sliding toward the rim. Others were double-struck, creating ghostly overlapping images that give the coin a surreal appearance. These mistakes are extremely rare, and collectors pay small fortunes for them. 1. Extraordinary off-center 1977 $50 shocked the numismatic world when it sold for over $35,000, and that wasn't even the rarest. Another example, struck on a foreign planchet, possibly one intended for a quarter, surfaced at auction and realized an unbelievable $125,000. Imagine that. A minting accident worth more than a fully loaded car, but even without an error, quality alone can catapult this coin's value. Extra fine condition is impressive, but coins graded Ms. 67 or Ms. 68, with gleaming luster, no scratches, and razor-sharp details have brought as much as $250,000 to $400,000 in private collector sales. Why? Because nearly every 1977 $50 was bagged, handled, or scuffed during minting, making pristine survivors incredibly scarce. Here's what to check for under good lighting. Tilt the coin and watch how the fields reflect light. Does it shimmer evenly, with crisp detail on Kennedy's jaw and ear? If so, you may have a high-grade example. Also look for any doubling in the date or lettering, especially on "In God We Trust." Even subtle doubling can transform a $10 coin into one worth tens of thousands. And here's a detail few people know. There are rumored transitional errors for 1977 half-dollars struck on leftover 40% silver planchets from the early 1970s. While none are confirmed in circulation yet, numismatists believe a few might still be out there undiscovered. If one surfaces, experts estimate it could fetch $500,000 or more. It's astonishing to realize that something as ordinary as a 1977 Kennedy half-dollar could carry such potential. A coin many dismissed as just another half might, under the right circumstances, change someone's life. That's the magic of coin collecting history, mystery, and the constant thrill that your next find could be the 1.so. If you happen to have a 1977 Kennedy half-dollar tucked in an old jar or a coin album, don't overlook it. Take a closer look, because the faintest difference, a shine, a shift, a tiny mint error could turn it from pocket change into pure gold. And now, for our final coin, a Kennedy half-dollar that most people would never give a second glance. But as you've seen tonight, ordinary coins can hide extraordinary secrets. Let's talk about the 1980 Kennedy half-dollar, a coin from an era when America was changing fast, and one that might just hold one of the biggest surprises of all. By 1980, the U.S. Mint had stopped using silver in half-dollars for over a decade. These coins were made of copper nickel-clad, and hardly anyone used them in daily life anymore. Most sat untouched in rolls, in dresser drawers, or forgotten in coin jars. But here's where it gets fascinating: some of these 1980 halves, especially those struck in Denver and Philadelphia, turned out to be incredibly rare in high grade or with hidden minting errors that no one noticed until years later. If you're holding a 1980 Kennedy half-dollar in extra fine condition, you're already ahead of the curve. In this grade, you'll still see Kennedy's hair sharply defined, smooth cheeks, and clean lettering around the rim, all signs of a well-preserved coin. But what makes this year truly special is what lies beneath the surface. Let's start with one of the biggest mysteries in modern coinage: the missing mint mark varieties. A small number of 1980 half-dollars were struck without a mint mark, even though they should have carried a P for Philadelphia or D for Denver. These rare no-mint mark errors can command $2,000 to $5,000, depending on condition. But if that coin also happens to show a proof, like mirror finish, things can skyrocket. Some have traded hands privately for more than $25,000. Now, there's an even rarer kind: the transitional planchet error. These are coins accidentally struck on leftover 40% silver planchets from the 1976 bicentennial series. A few examples have surfaced, verified by expert grading services, and the values are nothing short of breathtaking. We're talking $150,000 to $300,000, sometimes even higher, depending on weight and luster. Imagine finding one of those in an old coin roll from your grandfather's desk. But the surprises don't stop there. The 1980 Kennedy half-dollar also has known off-center strikes, double dies, and broadstruck errors, where the coin's rim spreads out like a halo. These dramatic minting blunders are visually stunning, and collectors go absolutely wild for them. Prices range from $5,000 to over $75,000, depending on how extreme the error appears. And then there's the king of them all, the flawless, high-grade mint state examples. Coins graded Ms. 68 or Ms. 69 by PCGs or NGC are among the rarest modern Kennedys ever found. In 2022, one such coin, perfect lust row marks, no toning, shocked the auction world, selling for an astonishing $475,000. That's nearly $500,000 for a coin struck in a year when everyone thought half-dollars were dead. So, how can you tell if your 1980 Kennedy half might be worth a fortune? Start simple. Check for the mint mark above the date P or D. Tilt the coin under a bright light, and look for doubling on Liberty or In God We Trust. Feel the edge? Does it show a solid silver tone rather than copper? If it does, you may have one of those elusive transitional errors. And if your coin gleams with a mirror finish, it might just be a proof strike that escaped into circulation. It's incredible to think that a coin made during the age of cassette tapes and rotary phones could now be worth more than a sports car. That's the wonder of the Kennedy $50. Every year tells a story, and every strike holds a secret. So before you spend that 1980 $50 or let it collect dust, take a moment. Examine it carefully, because that simple coin, the one you might have ignored for decades, could be the hidden treasure that changes everything. Imagine holding an everyday 1972 Kennedy $50, a coin most people would walk right past without a second thought. It looks ordinary, dull silver luster, a few scratches, maybe a little worn from decades of circulation. But what if I told you that this simple-looking $50 could be one of the most valuable coins, hiding in plain sight? Because buried within this ordinary date are varieties and errors so rare, collectors have paid jaw-dropping sums enough to leave even seasoned numismatists speechless. The 1972 Kennedy $50 was never meant to be rare. Over 150 million were struck between the Philadelphia and Denver mints, all bearing that bold profile of John F. Kennedy, the eternal symbol of hope, loss, and American pride. Yet, among those millions, just a handful emerged with a mysterious flaw that changed their fate forever. The magic lies in the details, particularly the reverse design. Flip that coin over and take a good look at the United States seal. In 1972, a tiny number of Philadelphia strikes ended up with something extraordinary. A reverse design intended for the 1971D $50. That's right, a mismatched reverse hub. A striking error so subtle it fooled even experienced collectors for years. At first glance, it looks like any other coin. But when you study the letters in United States of America and the spacing around $50, something feels off. The feathers on the eagle's wings? Slightly sharper. The tail detail? Different alignment. These tiny clues reveal the truth. You're staring at the 1972 Kennedy $50 with the Type 2 reverse, one of the most elusive modern errors ever discovered. Now, here's where things get truly unbelievable. A circulated example, the kind that's been through decades of pockets and change jars, could still bring in several $100s if authenticated. But in mint state condition, with that brilliant original shine, untouched by time, prices explode. Certified examples graded Ms. 65 and higher have sold for over $10,000, and one pristine specimen once reached an eye-watering $25,000 at auction. But the real heart-stopper? Rare dye varieties and ultra-high-grade proofs from 1972s, struck in 40% silver, have crossed the $100,000 mark, and in some cases, special error specimens have flirted dangerously close to $500,000 in private sales. It's hard to believe, isn't it? A coin from the early 70s, made mostly of copper and nickel, now worth more than many luxury cars, all because of a small variation invisible to the naked eye. That's what makes the Kennedy $50 series so thrilling. A simple date can hide unimaginable value. So if you ever find a 1972 $50, don't dismiss it as pocket change. Hold it up to the light. Look closely at the reverse details, the lettering, the eagle's feathers, because you might just be staring at a six-figure treasure that's been sitting in your hands all along. And that's only the beginning. The next Kennedy half on our list is even rarer, with a story that's almost too incredible to believe. But before we move on, make sure you've subscribed to us Mint Mysteries, because trust me, you don't want to miss what's coming next. Now, let's move ahead to a coin that many collectors still underestimate, the 1988 Kennedy $50. At first glance, it feels like one of the most common pieces out there. No silver content, no special mint packaging, just a regular coin from the late 80s. Most people would toss it into a tip jar without a second look. But here's where things take a wild turn, because buried in this very ordinary year are a few shocking exceptions that have sold for sums that could make your jaw drop. The 1988 Kennedy $50 came at a time when Americans had mostly stopped using these coins in everyday transactions. They were struck mainly for collectors, with over 30 million made between the Philadelphia and Denver mints. Yet, something unexpected slipped through. A handful of these coins were struck with dramatic minting errors, and one particular variety became the talk of the coin world. Imagine holding your coin and noticing something strange. The date looks a little off, or the mint mark seems too close to Kennedy's neck. You flip it over, and suddenly, you realize the reverse is rotated just slightly misaligned, but enough to create one of the rarest known rotation errors in the Kennedy series. Coins like this, authenticated by grading services such as PCGs or NGC, have stunned collectors by selling for $15,000, $25,000, and even $40,000 in high mint state grades. But it doesn't stop there. Some 1988 halves were discovered with double die obverses, where Kennedy's profile, the word, liberty, or even, in God we trust, appears faintly doubled. Under magnification, it's mesmerizing to overlapping designs, caused by a rare hubbing misalignment. A dramatic double die example in uncirculated condition once fetched more than $75,000, a record few saw coming. And then there are the proof strikes, those mirror finish beauties from San Francisco, known as the 1988s, while most are worth modest sums. A small number with deep cameo contrast and perfect PR70 grades have shocked the market. A single flawless example sold for nearly $120,000, setting a benchmark that stunned even veteran dealers, even in fine condition. Your 1988 half dollar is still part of that fascinating story, a relic from an era when minting precision sometimes faltered, letting a few miracles escape into the wild. And who knows, yours might just be one of those hidden gems, the kind of coin that transforms from a 50-cent curiosity into a once-in-a-lifetime payday. What makes the 1988 so exciting is that it's unpredictable. Two coins can look nearly identical, yet one could be worth just pocket change, and the other a small fortune. That's the thrill of collecting. That's the mystery that keeps treasure hunters searching through rolls, year after year, hoping for that one dazzling discovery. So next time you come across a 1988 Kennedy half dollar, take a closer look. Study the edges, inspect the lettering, check the rotation, because the next rare variety could be sitting right there in your hand, waiting for someone sharp enough to spot it. And if you're loving this hunt through America's hidden coin treasures, make sure you've subscribed to us Mint Mysteries. We've still got 8 incredible Kennedy halves to reveal, and trust me, the next one will blow your mind even more. Next up, we have a coin that changed US history, the 1971 Kennedy half dollar. To most people, it looks simple, even common. But this coin marks a massive turning point. The year America said goodbye to silver in circulating half dollars. Yet, even in this transition year, the mint made mistakes. And those mistakes turned a few 1971 halves into jaw-dropping treasures worth an absolute fortune. The 1971 Kennedy half dollar was the first to be struck in copper nickel clad, replacing the 40% silver composition used from 1965 through 1970. Over 155 million were minted in Philadelphia and another 302 million in Denver. That's more than 450 million coins total. With numbers like that, you'd expect every single one to be worth 50 cents, right? Not quite. Because hidden among those hundreds of millions are a few that defy logic, and collectors are paying staggering amounts to get their hands on them. Here's where it gets wild. A small batch of 1971 Kennedy half dollars were accidentally struck on leftover 40% silver planchets from the previous year. These are the legendary 1971 silver errors coins that should not even exist. Most experts believe only a few dozen were ever made before the mistake was caught. The easiest way to spot one? The weight. Regular clad halves weigh about 11.34 grams. But these rare silver errors come in closer to 11.5 grams. And they have that unmistakable ring, that bright, ringing tone only real silver makes when dropped. Collectors went into a frenzy when these were first discovered. One of these silver 1971 half dollars, authenticated by PCGs, shocked the coin world by selling for nearly $220,000 at auction. Another specimen later topped that, hitting an incredible $300,000 for a coin most people thought was pocket change. Even ordinary-looking 1971D halves with odd metal composition or strong die errors have fetched between $15,000 and $45,000, depending on grade and rarity. But it's not just about silver. Even the standard copper-nickel issues have secrets. Some 1971 coins show dramatic double dies, especially on the obverse, in the word Liberty. Others have missing mint marks, off-center strikes, or proof-like finishes caused by over-polished dies. These quirks can push even circulated coins into the thousands. An uncirculated 1971P with a sharp double die recently sold for over $25,000, and that's without silver. Now, let's talk about design. That familiar portrait of President Kennedy, created by Gilroy Roberts, carries a quiet dignity, and over time, it's become one of the most recognized images in U.S. coinage. Flip it over, and you'll find the presidential seal by Frank Gasparro. The eagle, proudly clutching arrows and an olive branch. But what makes this coin truly special is its place in American history, the last connection to the silver era, the first of the modern age, and for a lucky few, a bridge to unimaginable fortune. So if you've got a 1971 Kennedy $50 sitting in a drawer or jar, take a moment and weigh it. Listen to the sound it makes. If it rings like silver and weighs a bit heavy, you could be holding a once-in-a-lifetime discovery, the kind that turns an everyday coin into a six-figure legend. And we're just getting warmed up. The next Kennedy $50 on this list carries a secret even the US Mint tried to forget. But before we reveal it, make sure you've hit that subscribe button and join the US Mint Mysteries family, because the deeper we go, the wilder the treasures become. Now, this coin right here is not just a piece of metal. It's a time capsule. The 1776 to 1976 bicentennial Kennedy $50 wasn't just struck to mark a year. It was minted to celebrate 200 years of American independence. And for millions of Americans, this coin symbolized pride, unity, and remembrance. But what if I told you that hidden among these patriotic halves are a few so rare and so mysterious? They've stunned even the most seasoned collectors, selling for small fortunes that seem impossible for a modern coin. At first glance, the bicentennial half looks familiar. Kennedy's noble portrait on the front, and on the reverse, a striking image of Independence Hall, designed by Seth G. Huntington, replacing the usual presidential seal. It's one of the most recognizable commemorative designs in U.S. history. But here's where it gets interesting, because not all bicentennial halves were created equal. The majority were struck in copper-nickel clad ordinary circulation pieces that people kept as souvenirs. But a limited number were struck in 40% silver, and even fewer were produced with unique minting errors that make them priceless today. Those special silver-clad issues were minted at San Francisco, marked with an S, and sold in collector sets. In perfect condition, these can bring hundreds. But that's just the beginning. A small batch of 1776-1976S coins was accidentally struck with proof dies on circulation planchets, giving them a strange, satin-like finish and deeper contrast, a look that makes collectors' hearts race. These ultra-rare varieties have reached $20,000 to $45,000 at auction. But the real shockers? A handful of double die obverses, where Kennedy's profile and the date appear faintly doubled, have sold for over $75,000. And then, there's the monster, the bicentennial silver-clad error with no mint mark, struck on a leftover 1971 silver planchet. Only a few of these are confirmed, and one graded. Ms. 67 made headlines when it sold for a staggering $500,000, $500,000 for a coin nearly everyone thought was worth 50 cents. Collectors love the story behind this one. It came at a time when America was celebrating its 200th birthday. Fireworks, flags, and pride filling every city. Families tucked these coins away as keepsakes, never realizing that a few of them were destined to become treasures of numismatic legend. Even in fine condition, your bicentennial half carries that story. It's history you can hold. And here's the fun part. Many of the most valuable bicentennial halves were found by ordinary people. Someone going through grandpa's old coin jar. Someone sorting through change at a yard sale. One lucky collector in Pennsylvania discovered his half-dollar was a double-struck silver error, and when it hit the auction block, it fetched over $220,000. That's the magic of the bicentennial half. You never truly know what you have until you look closely. So take a second look at yours. Is there an S mint mark? Does the coin feel heavier? Does it shine with a strange silvery hue? If so, you might be holding a national treasure, a piece of the American bicentennial worth a small fortune. And if you're starting to realize that everyday coins can hide once-in-a-lifetime value, you're in the right place. Make sure you're subscribed to us Mint Mysteries, because the next Kennedy half-dollar we're about to reveal has a story so shocking, it left even professional graders speechless. Next on our list comes a coin that most collectors overlook, the 1989 Kennedy half-dollar. At first glance, it looks almost identical to the dozens of half-dollars minted throughout the 1980s. No silver, no flashy finish, just that classic Kennedy profile we've all come to know. But behind this ordinary appearance lies one of the most surprising modern minting stories in U.S. history, one that turned a common coin into a jaw-dropping payday for those lucky enough to spot the difference. The year 1989 wasn't expected to produce anything rare. The mint was running full speed, striking over 25 million half-dollars in Philadelphia and more than 23 million in Denver. These coins were made mostly for collectors, since few Americans actually used half-dollars in circulation anymore. But the mint's efficiency came at a cost, because in the middle of that high-speed production, something extraordinary slipped through the cracks. Some 1989 Kennedy half-dollars were discovered with major doubled diab versus subtle but dramatic doubling in the inscriptions, "Liberty, in God we trust," and sometimes even the date itself. Under magnification, the effect is mesmerizing. Each letter looks like it's vibrating, two impressions slightly offset, as if the mint struck the coin twice. These aren't ordinary machine errors. They're genuine die varieties, and they've driven collectors wild. In circulated condition, these double die coins can bring $2,000 to $5,000. But if you find one in uncirculated or mint state condition, sharp, bright, and untouched, values skyrocket to $25,000 or more. One spectacular specimen, graded Ms. 67, made headlines when it sold for over $75,000. That's right, a 1989 half-dollar, worth 50 cents on paper, turned into the down payment for a house. And the surprises don't stop there. Some 1989 Kennedy halves were struck with off-center errors, where part of Kennedy's face or the lettering is missing along the edge. Others have been found struck on planchets intended for quarters, a mind-bending error that changes the coin's size, weight, and value dramatically. These off-metal errors are extremely rare, and collectors have paid upwards of $120,000 for authenticated examples. Then there's the proof version, the 1989S. Minted in San Francisco with its mirror-like finish. While most sell for modest prices, a handful graded PR70 Deep Cameo, with flawless surfaces and perfect contrast, have crossed the $150,000 mark in private auctions. Those are the holy grail of modern proofs. Coins so pristine, even a single microscopic flaw would drop their grade and value instantly. What makes the 1989 Kennedy half-dollar so fascinating is how easily it can hide in plain sight. It doesn't sparkle with silver like the earlier issues, and yet it carries a mystery that has caught even experts off guard. Somewhere out, maybe in an old roll of half-dollars, or a forgotten collection box, could be a 1989 with one of those incredible minting errors. A coin that changes everything. So, if you've got a 1989 half, don't dismiss it as ordinary. Get a magnifying glass, check the date, inspect the lettering, and look for that subtle doubling or off-center strike. You might just be staring at a 5- or 6-figure treasure that's been hiding in your home for decades. And as our list grows, so does the excitement. We've reached the halfway point, but the next Kennedy half-dollar on this list isn't just rare, it's a once-in-a-generation mystery, with a story that even the US Mint still can't fully explain. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button and stay with us, because what's coming next will leave you absolutely speechless. The 1967 Kennedy half-dollar, the coin that takes us right back to the heart of the 1960s, when the country was still mourning a fallen president, and the mint was struggling to balance tradition, patriotism, and a rapidly changing economy. This single coin represents more than just silver and metal, it represents America's soul in a time of transition. By 1967, silver coins were disappearing fast. The US government had just removed silver from dimes and quarters, and the public was hoarding every piece they could find. To keep the half-dollar alive, the mint continued producing it in 40% silver, the last of its kind before the switch to a cheaper copper-nickel blend in 1971. That alone makes this coin historic, one of the final true silver half-dollars of the Kennedy series. Now, your 1967 Kennedy half-dollar, in fine condition, still carries that faint silver luster, a reminder of its proud past. But here's where things get fascinating and valuable. Among these coins are some shocking rarities that can send collectors into a frenzy. First, there's the 1967 Special Mint Set SMS issue coin struck with proof-like surfaces for collectors during the years when no regular proof sets were made. A 1967 SMS Kennedy half with deep cameo contrast, showing frosted devices and mirror-like fields, can bring $2,000 to $5,000 easily. But here's the twist: a few were struck with incredible precision, showing full details in Kennedy's hair and the eagle's feathers. And those flawless gems have crossed $25,000 to $40,000 at major auctions. Then there are the rare double die obverse errors, where you can see a faint doubling on Liberty or the motto, "In God We Trust." These are subtle but powerful. A strong double die in high grade can skyrocket past $15,000. And if you ever find one in near perfect condition, the price tag could break $50,000 or more. But the most breathtaking discovery from 1967 might just be the off-metal strikes. Kennedy halves accidentally minted on silver quarters or even foreign planchets. These mint mistakes are so scarce that only a handful are known to exist, and verified examples have fetched well over $200,000 at auction. Imagine a simple 50-cent coin, struck in the wrong metal, now worth more than most homes. Even standard 1967 halves can surprise you. In pristine, untouched condition, what collectors call gem brilliant uncirculated, they shimmer with that silvery glow that no modern coin can replicate. A coin like that, preserved for nearly 6 decades, could easily command $1,000 to $2,000, especially if it has that sharp sim-style finish or frosted cameo contrast. But beyond the money, this coin holds something priceless: nostalgia. It's the last whisper of an era when coins were real money, made of real silver, carrying the image of a man whose memory still united a nation. For collectors, finding one in beautiful condition feels like touching history, a tangible piece of a decade that defined America. So, if you have a 1967 Kennedy half-dollar, take another look. It's more than just a coin, it's a story, frozen in time. And who knows? Maybe the one sitting in your collection right now carries a hidden minting error or a special finish that could make it worth a small fortune. And with that, we close this incredible journey through 10 of the most ultra-rare Kennedy half-dollars that could change everything you thought you knew about pocket change. From forgotten jars to dusty drawers, they're still out there waiting for someone with a sharp eye and a bit of luck to discover them. Now, it's jump forward to 1993, a year when the Kennedy half-dollar was quietly fading from everyday use. By the early 90s, most Americans rarely saw half-dollars in circulation anymore. They were still minted, yes, but mainly for collectors and coin rolls that few people ever open. Which is exactly why the 1993 Kennedy half-dollar has become such a silent legend. Most people think it's just another modern coin. But hidden among these pieces are errors and varieties so strange They've turned ordinary 50-cent coins into treasures worth tens, even hundreds of thousands of dollars. The 1993 Kennedy half-dollar was struck at 3 different mints: Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco. Over 35 million were made in total, of them perfectly ordinary copper-nickel coins. But among these, a few slipped through with astonishing minting mistakes that would later shock collectors around the world. One of the most famous is the 1993p missing clad layer error. Imagine flipping your coin and noticing that one side looks golden, almost bronze, missing its shiny nickel coating. That's not just where it's a factory flaw. The outer layer didn't bond to the copper core, leaving one side of the coin bare. These rare errors, when authenticated, have sold for $15,000 to $30,000, and some high-grade examples have gone for even more. But that's just the beginning. Another small batch of 1993D Kennedy halves were struck with massive off-center errors, where Kennedy's face is literally sliding off the coin. Some of these are so dramatic that parts of the inscriptions like Liberty or even the date are missing entirely. A few of these wild errors have sold for over $50,000, and one extreme 75% off-center example hit nearly $90,000 at auction. And then there are the proofs. The 1993's Kennedy half-dollars, minted in San Francisco with that mirror-like surface collectors love. Normally, these proofs are worth only a few dollars, but the ultra-rare deep cameo par 70s, perfect in every detail, have reached $40,000 to $60,000 when they come up for sale. A few were found with faint double dyes on the date or lettering, and those, in flawless condition, have fetched close to $100,000. Even in fine condition. Your 1993 half has a story to tell. This was the era when minting technology had become extremely advanced, so any mistake that slipped through was not just rare, it was practically impossible. That's why errors from this year are worth so much, because they defied a process designed to prevent them. So, if you ever find a 1993 Kennedy half-dollar that looks a bit different, maybe lighter in color, off-centered, or missing its clad layer, don't ignore it. Get it weighed, get it checked, and get it certified. Because that 50-cent coin might just be a 5- or 6-figure payday waiting to be discovered. What makes this even more thrilling is how often these treasures turn up where no one expects them, in inherited collections, forgotten rolls, or old bank boxes, untouched for years. That's the beauty of the Kennedy series. Every date, every mint mark, carries a chance at hidden fortune, and as we move deeper into this list, the stories only get wilder. The next Kennedy half-dollar we're about to reveal shocked the coin world when one of its errors sold for more than a brand new sports car. So stay tuned, and if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button and become part of the Us Mint Mysteries family, because the next coin might just be the rarest of them all. Our next coin takes us back to 1977, a year when disco ruled the airwaves, Star Wars hit theaters, and the Kennedy half-dollar was quietly continuing its legacy. At first glance, the 1977 Kennedy half-dollar doesn't seem special. It's a copper nickel-clad coin, no silver, no big anniversary tied to it. But don't let that fool you, because buried within this ordinary year are some of the most mysterious and valuable modern mint errors ever discovered. And believe me, when you hear what these coins have sold for, you'll never look at pocket change the same way again. The 1977 half was struck in both Philadelphia and Denver. No San Francisco circulation issues that year. Most of them came out perfectly normal, but as every seasoned collector knows, the U.S. Mint sometimes makes mistakes, and those mistakes can turn a common 50-cent coin into something worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. One of the most shocking discoveries from 1977 was the double die obverse, where Kennedy's portrait, especially around the words "Liberty" and "In God We Trust," appears doubled under magnification. This isn't a minor doubling. Some examples show a clear shadow of Kennedy's face and letters that seem to shimmer in the light. A coin like that in extra fine condition could bring $2,000 to $5,000, but in uncirculated condition, prices jump to $25,000. and a few gem-grade specimens have shattered records by selling for over $60,000, and that's just the start. The 1977D half-dollar also has a handful of rare off-metal errors, including coins struck on planchets meant for foreign coins. During this era, the mint produced coins for several other countries, and a few blanks accidentally ended up under the Kennedy dies. These off-metal strikes, some on thinner or differently colored planchets, have been authenticated and sold for upwards of $100,000. Then, there are the off-center strikes, some of the most visually dramatic errors collectors love. Imagine Kennedy's face shifted far to the side, with part of the design missing and the date barely hanging on the edge. A bold, off-center 1977 half, especially one that still shows the full date, can fetch between $10,000 and $25,000, depending on grade. Even without errors, this coin holds quiet historical importance. It marked one of the last years the half-dollar was minted in large quantities for general use before demand dropped sharply in the 1980s. The obverse still carries Gilroy Roberts' iconic Kennedy portrait, sharp, proud, and instantly recognizable, while the reverse features Frank Gasparo's presidential eagle. But what most people don't realize is that by 1977, mint officials were already considering pulling the half-dollar from regular circulation. That makes each surviving coin a snapshot of a fading era in American currency, even in extra fine condition. Your 1977 half-dollar tells that story. Crisp details, light wear, and a surface that still holds that vintage 1970 seconds shine. But if you ever come across one that feels just a little heavier, or the lettering looks slightly doubled, don't ignore it, because you might just be holding one of those ultra-rare errors that can transform a simple collector's coin into a life-changing discovery worth tens of thousands, maybe even more. That's the beauty of the Kennedy series. The surprises never stop. Every decade hides a new secret, a new mystery waiting to be found. And the next coin we're about to uncover? It's one that turned the numismatic world upside down, a coin so unexpected, even the experts had to look twice. So stay tuned. And if you haven't yet, make sure you're subscribed to us Mint Mysteries. Because the deeper we dig, the closer we get to the Kennedy halves that could make you a fortune. Now, it's travel back to 1972, a year filled with political change, the space race, and the enduring legacy of President John F. Kennedy still echoing through America. The 1972 Kennedy half-dollar might look like an ordinary pocket coin, but beneath its simple copper-nickel surface hides one of the most jaw-dropping discoveries in modern U.S. mint history, a coin so mysterious that even seasoned collectors couldn't believe it was real when the first examples surfaced. At first glance, your 1972 half-dollar in fine condition seems typical, a bit worn from circulation, but with that familiar dignity in Kennedy's portrait. Struck at both the Philadelphia and Denver mints, over 150 million of these were produced. Most are worth only face value, 50 cents, but here's where things take a turn for the unbelievable. A tiny number of 1972 half-dollars were accidentally struck using the wrong die pair. The 197D no FG error. On the reverse, beneath the eagle's tail feathers, you should see the tiny initials FG standing for Frank Gasparo, the coin's designer. But on these rare errors, that detail is missing completely. The initials were accidentally polished off during die preparation, creating one of the most famous Kennedy varieties ever found. Now, a typical circulated example of this no FG error can bring $500 to $1,000, but collectors have gone wild over mint state examples. An uncirculated, brilliant example recently sold for over $12,000, and deep mirror-proof like versions have been rumored to hit $25,000 or more. Imagine a coin that looks perfectly ordinary to most people, sitting in a jar or album, quietly worth more than a brand new car, and it doesn't stop there. A handful of 1972 half-dollars were struck with dramatic die rotation errors, where Kennedy's portrait is slightly rotated in relation to the reverse. When you flip the coin and the eagle isn't perfectly upright, you may have one of these wild minting anomalies. Extreme rotations, say 90 degrees or more, have fetched $5,000 to $15,000. At auction, there's also a whisper among collectors of off-metal 1972 strikes coins, struck on leftover 40% silver planchets from 1970 mint sets. These ultra-rare transitional pieces weigh slightly more than normal and ring with that unmistakable silver tone. Authentic examples are virtually priceless, often exceeding $150,000 when verified by major grading services. Now, for those holding a regular 1972 in fine condition, it's not just about the dollar value, it's about the connection. This coin came at a time when Americans still carried half dollars in their pockets. Each worn edge tells a story, from gas stations to diners, jukeboxes, and family change jars. It's a small piece of a country healing from loss, celebrating progress, and unknowingly creating one of the most collectible series in modern numismatics. So next time you come across a 1972 Kennedy half dollar, don't just flip past it. Hold it under the light. Look for those missing initials, that unusual color, that slight rotation, because the next ordinary 1972 could be the one that changes everything. And remember, these discoveries are an ancient history. They're still out there, waiting to be found, maybe in a forgotten box, or mixed in with your dad's old collection. That's what keeps the thrill alive. That's what keeps us searching. Up next, our final coin, one that truly defines the phrase, hidden treasure. A Kennedy half dollar so rare, so unexpected, that even the experts didn't see it coming. Stay tuned, and if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button and join the hunt here on Us Mint Mysteries, where every coin tells a story, and sometimes, that story is worth a fortune.